surprise me. Or I had some donate bags that were at the back door,
Oh no.
and I didn't go through them real good. And so it could be that somebody got a new Roku cooker. I don't know.
Could be. We lost one to the
So,
trash can
yeah.
just because I didn't realize that our little one at that time had entered the throw everything away phase. And we
Yes.
were already
Yeah.
well on the hunt of the remote when I caught him
Uh-huh.
throwing away forks and stuff. And it was like, I bet I know what happened to the remote.
Yes. Yes. Well, and I know that it was Miss Priss probably because she does, and that's what Seth even said. You probably want to put, because the one for the fireplace he did put up on top of the fireplace because he said she's a nabber, she'll take off and whatever. And I mean, I didn't notice that it was gone until they were gone, and I was like, "Are you sure that maybe it might not be in the car with her?"
Right.
He's like, "No, it's not here." So anyway, I found two on Amazon. You could get two for like the price, less than the price of one.
Okay, you're frozen. There you go. You're cutting out and all kinds of funny stuff. Yeah. It's like it There you are.
Okay, we'll try this again.
I've already made a chicken and started on the second one. No.
You're good.
I
Oh
know.
my goodness. Well, because I was contemplating if I was gonna have to um, do a reset, but okay, so far so good.
Hello. It's good to see you too.
Hello, how are you? Redo his hat. Because I don't know what I did. I thought I wouldn't, and yeah, no, he's gonna have to get a new hat. I really want to learn how to crochet. Oh, there's all kinds of tutorials out there anymore. And I guess if you have any questions, you can ask. Hello. And then, we have the kids coming this weekend for birthday.
Right.
And yesterday morning, I think it was yesterday morning, I hear something, or it might have been afternoon of the day before. I don't remember now. But anyway, doesn't matter. I hear this scratching, scratching. And I'm thinking, is there something in my pipe somewhere? Is there something in my furnace thing, maybe? Or,
Oh no.
you know? So then I didn't hear it. Even Luna, she was like, ping, but she didn't start barking or anything or, talking, doing her rah, rah, rah thing. And so I didn't hear it. Well, then after a while, maybe about 15 minutes, I hear it again. And I'm like, oh, no, no, no. Please don't be anything funky. Please don't. So anyway, I leave. Me and Sam leave to go to town because, yes, it was yesterday, because we had to go and get stuff for the cabin house for the Schaefer place. So anyway, we went and picked up stuff. Whitney calls.
We got it. We're getting it.
So there's a bird bouncing off the walls down there, which we have had a bird down there before, long time ago. And we have like a fireplace thing down there. And so I think that's how it got through. Well, I think this is how this one got through too, because Whitney said that like the doors on it that we had to shut it, it was kind of opened up. So it was
Ah.
just enough that he thinks it was able to come through. So we have been trying to shoo a bird out for the last 24 hours at least. So I'm standing in the kitchen and standing in the kitchen, and so I did. I just started praying. It was like, oh please, Lord Jesus, come on, just have that bird fly out. Just have it fly out because we had the basement door open, we had the garage door open, plus we had lifted the garage door. So I'm manned with my broom, ready to go, ready to fight, because I was like, okay, I'm going with the broom first to kind of maybe shoo it. And I didn't know for sure if I should grab a sheet or not, because that's what it said to do online, was even grab like a bed sheet or something, to like if you get it to come down. Well, I was like, yeah, good luck on that. But
Right.
anyway, then I hear Sam, the bird just flew out, and I was like, are you kidding me? And he was like, no, I just saw the shadow like go up the stairs. He was like, it's not down
Hello, Randy.
here, Randy. Because I was like, I'm gonna stinking do. Am I gonna have to call somebody? Because if we couldn't get him out, and it was like I was just scared to death that it was going to be a poo fest down there. I was scared to death it was going to just be a mess, and it wasn't. But I did strip, like the top bedding and stuff on some stuff, and just put it in the wash. And I am going to have to mop the floor and stuff down there, because I did find like at the other end, like where we have the TV and all that kind of stuff, it had been over there in that corner. I think trying because there's like three windows right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm gonna have to clean really good over in that corner. So anyway, at least it's gone and we don't have to worry about it. But I was like, yeah, this is just one of those things that no, I don't really want that to happen.
Just one more thing while you're trying to get ready.
How are you doing tonight, Randy? Okay, Luna, I just asked you if you had to go out and you just sat there and stared at me until I
But
started
now
talking. Now
you're
you're annoying.
talking. And I
I
can
know,
hear
that's what I
her.
said now that I'm talking.
I hear her. I know that's my cue.
She was over there sleeping until I got up to make me coffee because I went ahead and made a pot because Whitney has to get up at 10 o'clock. So I went ahead and got up and I thought, I'm just going to make a pot for him and I'm going to have me a cup or two. Well, then, of course, she heard me in the kitchen. She's like thinking, oh, snacks. I can have a
Uh-huh.
snack. I said, no,
Yeah.
no snacks. No snacks.
While you're in there, get me a little something.
Right. He's from Italy. Hello, how are you? Welcome from Italy. And yeah, you were maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I'm doing okay. Are you really okay, Randy? Or are you having a day? And it's okay if you are. I hope you're not. I hope you are okay and not having a day, but I just have a feeling
Tell
you
us
might be
your
having a
day.
day.
We'll make you feel better.
Right, exactly. Oh, so-
I hope your internet gets happy. Yeah.
Okay, Lou, you're just going to have to wait. I will be fine. It's nice to see you both.
Hmm. Sounds like it's been a day for everybody.
Yeah, I think I don't know what it is though. I mean, it's like okay, um,
Mine was just chaotic. It wasn't bad. It was just
right.
something going. I mean, I hadn't even made it home when I got your text.
Oh yeah. Well,
Anyway.
we had another thing happen. Sam, yesterday. This is another thing to add to everything. He asked me. He said, "Were you over at the house?" And I said, "No." Because I hadn't had a car. He had taken the terrain to load it up, to put stuff in. We already had
Right.
everything, or in the truck, I guess, and Whitney had the terrain. And because he took it to work so we could take the truck. So I didn't
Right.
have a car. I mean, whatever. So anyway, I said, no, I haven't been over there. And he said, well, do you think Dad has been? And I said, no, I don't think so. And, but I said, you might just ask him. I said, why? He said, because the front door was open and he had closed the one bedroom door because that's where he has all of his equipment and everything now because he's been going over there to work, which he can't now for the next maybe like 3 days now because they started work in the kitchen and there is just a little bit of asbestos in there. So they have to wait until that kind of does its thing or whatever, and then go in to do the actual cleanup and everything. So he had shut everything off. So
Sorry,
somebody
we got
got
so
into the
excited.
house. Huh?
Did they take anything?
Yeah, he took it. The only thing they took was his tackle box, his fish and tackle box. Because he had it sitting just outside the door on the porch. I mean, it wasn't I mean, it was just like right there. But yeah, yes, my internet. I'm trying to fix it right now. Um so that's the only thing that they did take was a tackle box. And I was like, so he went to Menards today to get um to get a different doorknob and stuff to put on there. And so hopefully that will take care of it. So, but we don't know who would have been. We don't have a clue who was in there. So, oh my gosh.
Well, at least all they took was a tackle box.
Yes,
That's
and that's what.
easier
Yes,
replaced.
right. Okay, here we are. And that's the thing. I said, well, how much? I mean, is it something that we need to report? How much was in there? And he said maybe like $50. And I said, well, it just makes me mad that you have neighbors that have actually been watching out for it. And we also then purchased cameras over there now. So, which we were going to do that anyway, but
Right.
okay. I oh, how's Luna? Well, she's farting up a storm. I can tell you that. I'm going to have to let her out here in a second. I'll be right back. If I can get it to go.
My day was crazy. That's about all I can say. We went outside and did some yard work. Then was gonna go to my daughter's, but then that didn't work out, so we ended up going down there, but not for the reason because I had to pick up the grandson to bring him home. I don't know. It was just kind of all over the place, Randy. Nothing like what I had planned out for the day. Yes,
Anybody
no. Well, it always starts out like it's way better, and then after a few minutes, that's when it starts getting janky.
going down and going down? Yeah, because I went ahead and factory reset I factory reset it, and then I ran the test, and the tested good. So,
Well, maybe we got it.
I'll see. You just have to yell and say, "Hey, you went to crap again."
Well, I try to wait just a little bit because sometimes it'll clear itself up within just a few
Yeah,
seconds. So I don't want to
right.
constantly be saying, "You're frozen, now you're not.
Right.
You're frozen, you're not." We can play red light, green light, and I'll say red light every time, like now. And then when you unfreeze, I'll say green light, and everybody else watching
That
can
could be the
run.
same. Right. Oh my gosh. Oh. But anyway, like I was saying, we did get cameras now. We were planning on doing that anyway, but just went ahead and done it early because now at least we know somebody thinks they can just come over there whenever they please. Somebody did anyway. So Sam did, he went back over today then to make sure that everything, whenever he left, he had it locked up the best he could. And um, he was like, everything was fine. It was still, I mean, nothing was changed. Nobody, it didn't look like anybody had been over there again. So hopefully we won't have to worry about that anymore now. And so we just have to get, he did not go ahead and set the camera up though tonight though, because it got too late for him to try to mess with it. So since we have that other lock and everything on there, it should be fine. So, and I said, this is what gets me. That house has been, nobody in it for
Right.
how long and never had
Yep.
an issue. And now all of a sudden, people want to come lurking. And it's like, serious.
Yep.
So, but if we're going to play red light, green light, then I need a moment or two to get out of the chair. We'll go slow, Randy. We'll go slow. Oh
Just
gosh.
sit in the chair and run your feet.
Right. There you go. There you go. Oh my goodness. That's too funny. Oh, I'll go ahead and show you my gnome real quick.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I had to like totally adjust the hat. I mean, because it is wonky right here. And I think I think I lost some stitches because it's like really but here he is. Schnauzer. He has a really big nose. So, but anyway,
But that pattern
so
has a really big nose because
yes,
believe
it
the
does.
yeah. Now, if I compliment you, are
Yeah.
you gonna take it or are you gonna ignore me? Because, like, I don't have to hand
Oh
them
my
out.
god. Oh my gosh. But anyway, so I am contemplating redoing his hat just because I know in
You're talking about where the horns are, aren't you?
yeah, and just kind of right in here and stuff. better, maybe. I was reading it because I tore this 4 times. But out, this one not so much.
Yeah, red
So
light.
I'm gonna have to practice my horns. So anyway, he doesn't look terrible. I know he doesn't look terrible, but I just know he could look better. As far, but I think
Yeah. It's
so. Anyway,
I'm just staring because you are kind of
liking.
pixelated and so I can't really where when you're showing me where you think the mistake is, I can't really tell you because it's all pixelated. So we're at red
Right,
light.
right. No, poo, poo. Oh my gosh.
But I'm pretty sure I'm almost sure I have done her patterns and have not had any problem as far as them working out.
See, and I don't know. It could be the way I'm reading it. It could be that I was so frustrated that it's like, okay, screw this. I'm just going to do it my way as well.
Right.
I tore it out like 3 times and I did him and went back to do his helmet because it was driving me crazy. So, but
Well,
anyway, I
that's
do
when
want to
you
try it again.
that's when
Or
you
at least,
set it. Yeah, that's when you set it down and just kind of walk away from it. Because sometimes when you come back to the pattern, then it suddenly light bulbs go off. Because it
right. And that's what I was hoping.
right? Okay,
But
you
it
want to
didn't.
hear something really funny? I almost wore that exact same
What?
shirt, and then I said, "I don't like the way that looks on camera," and I went and changed my shirt. I just it just dawned on me they're the same shirt.
Oh, that's too funny. You know what? This shirt's comfy. And I was like, it's staying on. I don't care.
That's exactly
I
why I
don't
put
care.
it on, but then I was just like, "Well, I can't suck that much in." So,
Oh my
I went and
gosh.
changed it because I was more
Okay.
thinking about sleeves compared to no sleeves because it was a little bit cool in here when we came in.
Yes. Well, and that's the thing. I was kind of chilly, so it was like, and really, I haven't.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was like, nope, it's staying on because I feel chilly, and if I, to set for it, and it was like, nope, this is what they're getting right here. So
Yep.
that's funny. It's too funny.
I turned the heat on, but now I'm thinking it's time to turn it back off.
Oh yeah.
You're still cold? Well, we were standing outside talking to my daughter for a little bit, and I think me and Gwen got kind of chilled.
Oh right. Well, we have a fan in our room. We always do. I mean, we have a ceiling fan too, but it's old. It needs to be replaced. And whenever we turn it on, all it does is go, "Rear, rear, rear, rear," and it drives me crazy. I cannot sleep with it on. And so we just always have a fan. Well, I knocked the fan off my thing that I had it setting on, so there's no more fan. And so I was going to bring the osculating fan up from downstairs because I had set it down there because the kids sometimes want it down there, but I haven't done it. So I think I said I think it's kind of chilled, but so your little event that you did at the school ended. It sounds like it ended up being worth a go.
Yeah. Well, if that lady hadn't come over. That was just the craziest thing. I thought she was playing one on me, to be totally honest, because
Oh,
I
right.
didn't realize where she came from. So I didn't even know she was another vendor. Me and my friend were gabbing, and she come walking up. Of course, she's
Oh,
complimenting and everything. I'm like, yeah, okay. And she looks over and she says,
right.
okay, I definitely want that. And all I could think of was, wow, I feel like I'm running a highfalutin boutique, where the customer comes in and you get it all down for them, and
Right, right.
and and
I
she
want that. I want that.
well, yeah, and she's just a
Yeah.
talking away, and her friend comes over, and they're kind of chit chatting, she's just having a good time.
Right.
And the
Right.
next thing I know, she's, because I noticed she had kind of set things on top of something else, but people do that, so you don't. And then she's
Mhm.
like, "Is it okay to build a pile here?" And I'm still processing. You want to build a pile? Yeah, I guess. I've
Right.
never had anybody build a pile. I guess you can build one. I
Build as big as you want.
know. Oh my god, we had an assembly line. I didn't count see how many things she actually bought, but I brought some of it back because I thought, man, if she's gonna keep picking stuff up, we need to get started because we write everything down. And so I
Right.
brought the pile because I picked the pile up and I said, "Are you sure you want everything in this pile?" And she looks at me like I was nuts. And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I'm just making sure." So I took it back where we were so we could
Right.
start, cutting the tags off and writing things down and, so it
Right.
wouldn't be a last minute thing. And she's picking up
Right.
2 and 3 things and handing it over the table to me as we're doing this. So
Oh,
I'm
wow. Yeah.
entering it into the square. Gwen's cutting the tags off
Right.
and telling my granddaughter what to write down. And then I guess
Right.
she was putting it unless you're gonna count it and tell me the answer. I don't. And then she was putting it in the bag that my grandson was holding.
Oh, gosh.
It's just like, and I just knew when I hit that
Oh,
total that
gosh.
she was gonna be like, "Well, maybe we better," and I thought, because I just kept thinking, "Man, do I really wanna cut these tags off?" Because I know she's gonna back out. And I
Right.
Huh? Only 12? Okay. Gwen says she got 12, but it sure felt like it more than that. I guess because
Yeah.
we were trying to write it all down.
Right.
Um,
Right.
anyway,
Hey,
so
that's pretty good. Because that's just the thing. There are some times that happens where they have, and it's like you don't know if they're actually getting it or if they're just kind of pulling them to see, okay, which ones do I want,
right.
whatever. And so, and whenever you told me that, though, whenever you had told me that earlier in your text or whatever, the first thing that popped in my head was those little shorts that Jeanette was making.
Yes!
Have you seen some of them? Gosh, I hope it wasn't one of those.
No, I mean, this lady was a lot of
Oh,
fun.
God.
She was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
And but,
right,
when you never have people come up and do that, you're just kinda like, and so when I'm tallying it up, I said, "Alright, are you ready?" And she's still just like, "Yeah, it'll be okay. It's fine." And I said, "Well, I just wanted to prepare you for sticker shock because 'cause I'm having sticker shock." And she's like, "No, no, you're good."
oh gosh, right. That's awesome, though. That's
I
awesome.
know, right? And then she told me if I came up with any more camping stuff, she would be
Oh,
interested, right?
yeah.
Um, she had a real estate business down there, and they have one of the old buildings, and she said she had taken one of the rooms and turned it into a kids room, and it was all camping themed. And that's why
Oh,
she was
wow.
buying. Yeah,
Cute.
because we had snakes and lizards, and and then she bought a pie
Right.
that one of them
Yes.
pies you take apart and everything. But
Right.
all things along that line. And I was like, "Well, dang, I got a whole camping set I ain't even made yet." And she's like,
Right.
"I'm interested."
Yeah.
Which is why I was working
Yeah.
on that lantern. Girl,
Yeah.
I can't tell you how upset I was over that lantern.
Oh gosh.
And I should have
Yeah, that would stink.
and I knew something wasn't right, but I couldn't find what wasn't right. And it wasn't until I got
Yeah.
all the way to the last piece on the whole body of it that I discovered what was wrong with it. And there wasn't no
Yeah.
fudging it at that point because of the way it was done.
Right.
Ah,
Yeah.
it'll be really cute when I get
Mm.
it done since I've seen what it looks like mostly made.
Right. Right. Well, hopefully this round it'll be easier
Well,
since you know.
what made it um tedious. I don't know which piece it is. Anyway, so you have this piece, and can you
Oh yeah.
see that ridge?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well you go in that
Oh,
to make your lantern body. And to
gotcha.
get the colors, I was double stranding 2 sport weight yarns. And so to you
Oh,
have
okay.
to, I mean, like, fold it down, and I mean, it's just awkward is what it is, getting into that back loop or front loop and trying to get
Right.
that yarn worked in there. And then with it being the 2 strands, it was just slow progress. It wasn't that it was hard or anything. It was just cumbersome to hang on
Yeah.
to. So yeah, I
Yeah.
was not happy when I just kept ripping and ripping.
Right.
Like, I knew those 2 pieces because the bottom part of it, because, like, okay, you got 2 pieces like this, but this sits
Uh-huh.
over an identical piece like this. And then you attach them together, and
Okay.
then that gives you the firmness for your
Right.
stand. And when I put this on the bottom piece, it was kinda short, and I thought, "Oh, I must have been aggressively crocheting because I couldn't find any mistake with it, and I kept fiddling with it." Well, when I
Right.
crocheted it together, it went together just fine, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I must be really good at fudging things because I never caught I was missing, like, 6 stitches. That's a lot of stitches to
Well, I'm pretty sure.
not see that they were gone.
Right. Right. Well, I'm pretty sure I missed something on that hat. Because I would, yeah. But
Are
still,
those
like I said, I mean, hopefully next round I'll get it right and
now is that's
it'll
the
give me
gonk
practice on the
pattern.
hat. Huh?
Is that the pattern set that under the gonks?
You know what? I don't remember
You found it.
seeing. I think it might have been because there was a fireman one that I seen. This one,
Oh,
the bumblebee though, I don't think was the same one.
she's got a whole whole series of them. If it's the one I'm thinking of,
Right.
yeah,
So, but the fireman, I know whenever I went and looked into it did say gonk,
yeah,
something gonk. I don't remember now exactly. But on this one, I don't remember if
yeah.
it's the same one,
It looks like
what
the
you're
same
thinking.
one.
I
That's why I
know
was asking.
it wasn't a hard pattern I didn't have any issue with, but whatever reason with this stupid helmet, I don't know. I don't know. So, like I said, I'm going to revisit it later, redo the helmet, just for my own sake of making it right and making my horns look better.
Right.
Like I turned out, but the other one, no. But the way she had them done, they looked even different than what mine were. They looked a little bit stitches tied enough on too. That could be it. But
Yeah.
so anyway, I'm gonna try it again because the rest of it I'm happy with. There's nothing wrong with the rest of him. don't know if she's ready to come back in yet or not. Haven't heard her yet.
Oh, you want to see my spider body?
Oh yes,
I haven't got it. I
yes.
haven't got it done. I'm still making the legs. I gotta sew them together. You gotta find one that's put together. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, here's the body.
Oh my goodness, he
And
is going to be big.
then there's one of the legs.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah.
But I wasn't gonna try to work on that on here because last night because you make this piece first here, and then this piece, and then
Hmm.
you sew them together so you can get
Together. Okay.
yeah, and then you attach it to the
Crooked.
body. And I thought
Yes.
I struggled with one last night trying to get it lined up right. I think I was just too tired to be working on it, and I didn't want to admit it. And so I wasn't gonna
Right. Right.
try to do it tonight. But I've got all the pieces.
Hey, Moonrose. Yeah. That is gonna be
Yeah.
good. Yeah, he's
You
big.
know what I thought?
He's
You know what I
big.
thought about doing? When we do an outdoor with the canopy, somehow tying him up on top of the canopy where
Um,
like maybe two of his legs
yes.
hang over the side.
There you go.
Ah, I'll have to make sure he's like kind of protected from the sun though, because
Yeah.
too many times of
Yeah.
doing that, he'll probably get faded out, and I don't
Get
want him to
faded.
do that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this is that the one at Walmart, the funky colored one. You got
Mm.
some of it. The night tweed.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
So it makes him I
Yeah.
think it makes it look kind of, fuzzy.
Because I can kind of tell now. Before I couldn't. Now,
Yeah.
if I could see you on TV, I'd be able to tell better. But I can see now. What? Yeah, I can tell now. It is
Yeah, but when that went on, or that pattern went on sale, I'm like, "Oh," and then I got thinking about this yarn, and I'm like, "Man, that would make an
right.
awesome tarantula."
Oh yeah.
Not that I'm a spider fan, but I just thought it was really
Right.
cool.
Right.
So, that's where we're at with that.
Yeah, that's going to be good. You've done a good job on that.
Well, we'll see what it looks like when I get it all together, because it's also got, I think 4 pieces for the front, where their little pinchers are and stuff.
Yeah.
I still gotta make those pieces, so I gotta get all of
Oh
that
wow.
crammed onto there.
Yeah.
We'll see. Cross our fingers.
Yes.
But
You'll do great.
that body took up almost a whole skein of yarn.
Oh wow. Well, I
And
mean, it's big. To me,
it's
it doesn't surprise me because it's big.
yeah, but I've made other things out of one skein of yarn, and I'm just like, "Where did all the yarn go?" I even checked the
Uh,
ounces to see if it was the same because, like, I've made narwhals or, manatees in one
right.
skein of yarn, but I don't know.
Huh.
It's the same amount of ounces, so I don't know what the
Right.
difference was.
Huh.
Maybe it was hook size. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, possibly.
And then I got did I send you the picture of the mosquito?
Yes, I seen that. Yeah, that was the one.
Yes. So
Like
yeah. So I'm gonna if I
for
get it.
whatever reason, as soon as I saw it, it was like, oh my gosh, it reminds me of that movie.
Yeah. So if I manage to get one done before an event, I'm gonna hang it down from the inside of the the canopy, so that way he's up, because he's not gonna sit or
Right.
anything. So I
No.
thought that'd
Yeah,
be
that'd be
cool.
hard to, you know,
Yeah, having him like in the corner.
if you could. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good.
Oh, hello, Brooklyn.
Oh, you have to go to work tomorrow, Randy? Okay. Night. Connection's been wonky.
Oh, you know what? I didn't check. There we go. Okay, I forgot to check see where my phone was at before we started, and I knew when I
Oh,
left the house I had like 21% or something,
oh yeah,
and I had it plugged in the car, but that doesn't always mean anything either.
right. Oh, did he leave you behind, Lou?
Hmm.
She wants to hang with Sam so bad. Oh, excuse me. Well, Seth informed me, no, Annie, I think, was the one that informed me that they booked horseback riding. Did I want to go? And I'm like, no. I used to ride horses, but no, not anymore. So me and Everly will be hanging during that time. I don't know what we're gonna do. But then he tells me, oh yeah, then on Wednesday I want to go because oh no, they were gonna use me for Everly then too. But that one thing that yes, I would have very much went and done and could have done quite easily. So anyway, he was like, "Well, let me call them and see if they can do another car seat." I said, "No, you told me that Everly wasn't allowed to go, and I figure she can't because of her age. Over a year old. I mean, she's
Right.
not." And he said, "Well, they could maybe add another car seat because we got a 6-seater. But if you go, we'll have to get two because then Everly being in a car seat because Gray will be in a car seat." So that will take up extra room. So anyway, I was like, no, we're not getting two and whatever and whatever. So I'm just going to suck it up and not go, I guess. I am like, are you kidding? Like, well, the rest of them are going hiking one other day or whatever. Me, you, and the boys will go do something that day. And I was like, okay, I don't know what that'll be, but so anyway, I'm trying not to. I'm like, okay. I mean,
Right. Hi, Caitlin.
hello, Caitlin. How are you? I'm somewhere at live yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry, Caitlin. Yeah, I've been kind of taking some breaks and stuff for summertime, and I'm getting ready to go on vacation. So I've just been trying to get some stuff done that has needed to be done.
In the meantime, those of us that are trying to follow her encouragement are over here can't move our muscles.
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. Last night I'm sitting here on the couch and I'm like, I don't know if I can do anything. I can't hardly lift my arms.
Well, after I did all that painting, I was in the kitchen trying because I have all of Luna's treats on top of the refrigerator, but I placed them just right because I can get it with the tips of my fingers.
Right.
The little cookie jars. So, and sometimes people just shove them up there that are taller than me and forget about us short people. So anyway, I'm up there trying to get, I was you. I was like, I got this far and Sam comes walking through and I'm like, I can't lift my arm. I'm like, this is it. This is ridiculous. All I did was paint. Oh,
Oh, we've been outside.
what things of that. I'm good now, but I feel your pain. I do. What is going on?
If I tell you, you'll think
Is
I'm
everybody
sadistic.
okay?
I don't know what's going on. I just look over in time to see the cat jump up on something, and it was like she couldn't land it, and she just flipped off backwards.
Oh my gosh. Well, I thought it was one of the kids or something messing around and just like fell flat or something. I didn't know. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's a crazy cat.
Oh god.
I'll be getting the evil look later because she didn't even look at me when I started dying laughing.
Right? She'll be over there like, hey woman, I allow you to live here. I'm gonna kick
Go
you
to
out.
sleep. I'm just waiting.
Right, right. Her purr is so sweet.
She's got up there
Oh
100
gosh.
times. I
Oh
don't
I
know what. I don't know what happened. I just happened to look over in time to see it all take place.
Oh my gosh. Oh, cats, they are definitely their own kind of animal.
Yeah. And let me state, none of these are mine.
Oh, okay. None of them are
I had
yours.
a no cat rule.
Oh, right, yeah.
And yeah, now both the girls have a cat each.
Right. I don't think I have enough for a sweater. What do you think I should try? Pinkish and purple yarns. Oh gosh, I mean, there's all kinds of things you can make. If you don't think you have enough to make a sweater, I mean, what kind of yarn is it? Is it like worsted? Is it cotton? Because I was gonna say you could do like a t-shirt type top and not be necessarily a sweater if it was like a cotton. Those work up really good in a cotton. Or you can make even the bucket hats. Those are kind of popular still a little bit. You can make the market bags.
Shawl.
Shawl, yes, that's a good one. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. And you know what? And whenever I'm in doubt, once again, I am a Pinterest fan. the time. But again, you do have to watch it whenever you're in there, to see if you're a seasoned crocheter, you know what I mean. If not, you just have to kind of be careful on some of the patterns sometimes. But yeah, Allison. Well, I know growing up, we always had a no cat rule too until we got a cat, and my dad just lived with it. He didn't want the cat. And then we ended up getting another cat. We never had dogs though. We never could have a dog, but we always had cats, even though my dad hated cats. But
Okay, well, we never had cats until my oldest daughter, there was a stray running around, but for some
oh yeah.
reason made buddies with my oldest daughter, right? And
Oh,
I don't even know how old she
right.
was, so I'm not even gonna worry about it. She was just a lot younger.
Right.
And
Right.
she wanted to keep it, and I was like, "Your dad's not gonna let you keep that," you know.
Right.
Go back and forth, and I said, "Fine. If your dad says you can have it, you can have it. Okay? Here
Right.
comes here comes home the old great dad, and he says,
Uh-huh.
being yeah, he says, "Well, I
Yeah.
tell you what, if you can get that cat to come to you and follow you, you can have that cat." And I said, "I just told you this cat has taken up with her." And he's like, "Oh, that cat's not gonna have anything to
Right.
do with her." Well, guess what? She went right over to that little kitty cat and pet it, and walked off, and that little
Uh,
kitty cat followed her, and he shut his mouth. And she got her kitty cat. And so we had cats for,
right.
I don't know, for a long time. And then they finally
Yeah.
all just, and the best one we ever had was a pure white cat. Like, that cat was some
Uh,
entertainment.
yeah.
And so
Hey, Megan.
anyway, the last cat we had got mad because we brought home a puppy and we didn't see her anymore. That was years ago. So there ain't been no more
Right.
cats, and they've tried and tried and tried. And I said, the only way you're bringing a cat in here is if it's a pure white cat. Well, you got to find a pure
Right.
white cat because there's no tips of black
Right.
anywhere. And
Uh-huh.
and so that kind of held it at bay. And then
Right.
here come these two.
Oh gosh.
Not that it ain't been entertaining, but at that
Right.
point I was
Right.
just done with the litter boxes and,
Yeah.
one less thing. So that
I found out that I'm not as much of a cat person. I mean, like I said, I grew up with cats and I don't mind them, but that's just it. For a little while when we did live over at the Schaefer place, but then we ended up trading cat for dog with my brother. And so then it was like, yeah, I am much more a dog lover than a cat lover. I mean, I still appreciate a pretty cat and everything,
mhm.
but I tend to go for dogs, like them a little better. I'm working on making a blanket for my aunt's new baby. She is less than a month pregnant. Nice. Allison. She'll appreciate that.
Hello, Megan.
Hey Brooklyn, how you doing?
Gonna try again. uh, I think she's coming over to glare at me is what I think.
Have a standoff.
She looks like a gargoyle when she gets in
Uh,
one of her little moods, and she just sits there and just stares
right,
at you. It's just like,
right, right.
you're not phasing me any. You ain't my cat.
Right. Oh gosh. I'm just working on tonight. I didn't want to start like a big project or anything with me getting ready to be gone here shortly.
Well, we don't really want them outside because maybe they'll come back and maybe they won't.
Yeah.
The one will. He'll go outside for a little bit, and then, of course, supper time comes and he'll come back in.
Right. Yeah, our cats were always indoor accident or something, but now I take back our first he was indoor outdoor, but he ended up in like a trap of some kind and he got loose and I remember whenever he finally did make it home because we didn't see him for like 2-3 days and we didn't know what had happened. And we could tell that it was a trap or something because his paw was injured and you could tell by the way it was. And then his back claws, he had used them to like try to get out or push his way out or do whatever. And he had like virtually no claws left. And so we took him to the vet and that's what kind of
Yeah.
trap. So unless he did find him and released him or he was able to, we don't know. And that was also the cat that came home and got hit with somebody had shot him with a bow and arrow. And he lived through that too. Oh, what's the matter, Brooklyn? What's going on?
Okay, Allison, I'm making a chicken. I'm not sure what Jonna's working on. I've lost track.
A dishcloth,
Okay.
easy dishcloth. Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit ago, but heck, my Wi-Fi, I don't know. I don't even know where I'm at. I don't know if I'm pixel. I don't know if I'm clear. I don't know if I don't know.
It's still doing it. I mean, it's just ran.
Yeah, I
It's
don't know.
pixely and cutting out as much as it is being good.
Yeah. Can I ask what pattern you're using for your one? And then I'm doing a single crochet and a half double, single crochet, half double. It's the style of a seed stitch or a star stitch or whatever. So it's nothing fancy. So it's just a single crochet and a half a double. And then I turn and whatever stitch if I end on a half double, then if it ends with a single, then I start the next row with a half double. So yeah, nothing fancy.
That is a bummer, Brooklyn, but just hang in there, keep practicing, and maybe you can make it next year.
See, my chat went to going nuts, and now okay, found out I didn't make my cheer team. Oh, Brooklyn, yeah, yeah. You just like Lenora said, just try again. I made my first dishcloth with scrubby style yarn a couple of days ago on that stuff. Now, yes, I have made the double sided of the washcloths, like one side cotton and one side scrubby, like the Not the rough scrubby, but like that eyelashy type scrubby yarn. And those worked up decent, but yeah, they are kind of awkward. The only way I could do that was if you wanted me to, I could come and pick. What? Okay, I'm lost.
Yeah, I think we're not in that conversation or something.
Yeah. Or it was a voice thing or something, maybe, I
Yeah.
don't know, but that she could have been. Well, Brooklyn, I remember one year because I was majorette and I remember it quite vividly. I didn't make it one year and I was so heartbroken. And that was whenever I was in high school and I'd been majorette every year, elementary, high school, everything. And one year I didn't make it and it crushed me like a bug. Crushed me like a bug. And there was other things. It was more of a popularity thing, I think, at the time. But you know what? I just practiced and and it's just one of those things. And if you do your best, and because I've been, and it's something this long, and it's hard. It's real. It's real for you right now. Yep. And you're right, Megan.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that you just keep on keeping on and keep your head up. Yeah. I think you been on before when she's been on here? Maybe not. So yes,
I don't
Lenora,
know.
that's usually on here with me. It's her.
It's me. Have you started vacation? I don't remember when you said when vacation started.
Well, I was just getting ready to ask the same thing, how it was going.
Yeah.
Connect to a network? What? Hold on, I'll
Oh,
be right
you're
back.
actually coming in perfectly clear and it's telling you to connect to a network. Don't do it.
Well, I looked and I am connected to a network, so I don't know what that's all about. Oh. Yes, I thought you were going to Key West, so you made it there. You made it there, so that's good. Going back to work next Tuesday, so yeah, you still have a few days.
And it's not hurricane season, so you can actually enjoy it.
Right. Not get blown away. Oh, oh goodness. Why are they not in the game? I don't.
Well, that is true. It is tornado season.
Yes. Yeah, and yeah, we know that.
I
We know how that is.
feel like the tornadoes are more widespread within recent years. Places that you
Yeah,
hardly ever heard of
right.
having tornadoes. It's like they actually have a season now, not just, yeah, we might get one.
Mhm. Right. Yeah, I hear you on that because it's like just even just randomness, total
Yeah.
randomness. I mean, like you said, in places that never had to worry about it before, yeah, it's crazy. Hi, it was fun seeing y'all. I have to go to bed. I have school tomorrow. Okay, Allison, you have a good night and thanks for hanging out with us. We'll catch you
Night,
later.
Allison. Watch, as long as we're not talking, your internet will be perfect.
Oh, I know. Isn't that the way it usually goes? Oh my gosh.
Oh, I did sell that big chicken with the chicks on it.
Oh, you did? Oh, awesome.
An adult bought it just like I thought they would.
Mhm.
She's moving,
Yeah.
or they were moving to a new house, and she was buying things to decorate her kitchen. So, yeah, and that's
Cute.
exactly what I thought would come about with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it was adorable.
Right?
Good night,
Night, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. I'll be thinking of you and praying for you, Brooklyn. It'll be okay. Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Okay. No, I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Coffee, and you don't need coffee.
So we had Mr. Ryan with us, and he starts going to sleep. It's like a 45-minute drive.
Oh, right.
And he starts going to sleep about halfway. So we're talking to him, trying to keep him awake. And finally I was like, well, if I stop and get him something to eat, that'll get him, going, because he hadn't had supper yet.
Oh,
And
right.
so we stop and get something. And we're going down the road, and he says, I'm just waiting for my Sprite to kick in. I was like, what?
How
And
old is he?
he's 5.
That's what I thought. I thought you had said 5, but then I couldn't remember for sure, and I was like, "Oh my gosh." That a 5-year-old can associate that, It just
Oh
yeah.
no, that's a very well discussed topic, because you don't get sugar if you can't keep your crap under control.
It can't be losing your
You
cookies.
ain't
Oh,
you ain't losing it at my house. No, I'll send you home.
you gotta keep it under control. Right.
That's
Oh my
right.
gosh. Oh, because I know up north, whenever I go up there and yeah, as soon as oh boy, yeah, the sugar hits. And the thing is, they don't even really have that much sugar. But that's part of it too. They don't have a lot. So when they do have
Exactly.
just a little bit,
Exactly.
and even if it's a good choice, it's like it just comes over them and I'm like, well, there you go. It just hit right there.
Yeah. Well, I could tell it was starting to kick in when he got out of the car, because he was talking 90 miles an hour. It's like,
Right.
have fun with that. See you later.
Right. Right. Oh my gosh. Well, that's why I told Annie. I was like, whenever he's here, try to keep it as much like at home as possible because I know what that's like, and I don't want to send him back to her all jacked up or whatever, because I had that happen to me several times. My mom and dad thought it was hilarious, and it's like,
I'm
no, it's
still
really
going
not.
through it. And they aren't even my kids. Here, Grandma, we wired them up. Have fun.
Oh my gosh.
Ryan's not that big of a sugar person to begin with. He hasn't never been.
Oh yeah.
He is a very big chocolate snob. It has
Oh
to be
yeah.
yeah. And and I was really, when because I got the Sprite without even thinking about it, but a lot of times he won't even drink that.
Oh,
So I
right.
was kind of surprised he did go ahead and drink it, but then again, he didn't have no other option.
Well, that's true, right. Oh, Gray, he is. He's all about, he loves sugar. He loves anything sweet. Yeah, totally. He's
Mm,
all about it.
yeah, no. And there's times
And
that
and-
there's times Ryan won't even eat his, he'll just be like, "Nah, I'll have some later or something." But there are
right. Hey,
so
Mima, how are you?
many things that he don't like them.
Right. And the thing is, we really are not a sugar house. Well, I'm not. I will play long if I let him. And he probably does in his truck. I don't know what he does in his truck. But, as far as snacks goes and stuff, he's all about sugar. He does. He likes his sugar. I am not a sugar person. And so whenever they do come here, I do try. Really, there isn't a bunch of junk for them to really have. So I try to make good choices for them, but
Right.
I want them to also be able to have something a little bit to enjoy a little bit, but not to the point that they're going to be like sky high either.
Yeah, no.
Keep it as tame as possible.
Well, a lot of times if they just know it's not there, they don't even care. They'll eat something else.
Right. They don't. you're right. They don't. I mean, so
Or if they know that stash is grandma's and that is a no hands. They'll eat something else, I
right,
promise.
right, right.
'Cause I'm like Whitney, I could eat sugar all day long.
Oh yeah.
Not even a second thought, but I've been, you know,
Uh,
like,
yeah.
getting
No,
away
I
from that,
can't.
and that's how you know, the more you're away from it, how it, changes your sweet tolerance. Because like, I can't do
Oh yeah.
dark chocolate or fudge or, triple decker
Oh,
chocolate
that makes my jaws
whatever,
hurt. Right.
and before, I'd have been like,
Yeah.
"Sign me up."
Right. Right. Yeah, no, I've never been. I just because there's some of that, it just makes my jaws hurt even, It's like, "Hi, yeah, yeah, that's too much."
Those, those little Ghirardelli chocolates that are like 90% chocolate.
Yes. Yeah.
I seen some of those almost give somebody a heart attack, and I was just like, "Yeah, well, I'm good with one."
Oh my
'Cause
gosh, yeah.
we worked we worked overnight, and so the one guy that I
Oh,
worked with, I guess he was having a problem staying awake, or so I don't know. I guess he was losing his
oh,
his energy, right? So he went and
right.
and bought some of them. Well, I never
Uh-huh.
had any because I don't know, they just didn't appeal to me to try them. And so he's
Right.
eating them, and he's like, handing them out to everybody, and I'm just like, "Man, I don't know with that being 90%."
Right.
Okay, we all ate our chocolate, but he had like 3 pieces. His face was beet red. He couldn't hardly form a sentence.
Oh my gosh.
I said, I don't think you better eat any more of those." That's the only thing he
Yeah.
had. That's all he had was just that chocolate. So it wasn't like he was combining it with something
Oh
else.
my gosh.
I mean, just beet red. I was like, yeah, I kept an eye on him the rest of the night because I just kept waiting for him to stroke out. He was so red.
Oh my gosh.
It was
Yeah.
crazy. We all moved a little
Yeah, that
faster,
is
but he
crazy.
was really moving.
Right. Oh boy.
Oh my gosh.
Wasn't necessarily used to eating that stuff anyway like that much. And like you said, being like 90 some percent chocolate in there and all that caffeine and stuff and whatever. I mean, whew, I don't know.
That was crazy. And he was used to eating a
Yeah.
lot of sugar because we always
Yeah.
had something in our pocket, what have you.
Right.
But
Right.
I think that was just a little more quality than what he was used to.
Right. 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 He had the true cacao going. However you
Yeah,
pronounce that.
yeah.
That true
Did say.
chocolate.
I think that was the last time I ate any of that stuff.
Uh-huh. Right. I don't mind like the dark chocolate. I will have some of that every now and then. Now, some brands that I've had are more bitter than others, and I don't care for those.
Yeah,
But
the higher quality brands aren't so bad, but
right.
to get a box of Valentine's candy and eat the dark chocolate ain't happening. It's going to the trash.
Oh gosh. Well, I thought Whitney was getting up at 10, but he hasn't got up yet, so maybe.
Maybe this is the night he gets up at midnight because you thought he was getting up at midnight the other night and he got up at 10.
I know. I know. He was pretty tired though tonight whenever he got home. He was like, "I have got to take a nap." And it was like, I'm not gonna stop you because yes, you do. You need to take a nap.
Right.
So I got supper made and I went ahead and sat down and started eating. And then he woke up and because usually I do wait until he wakes up and stuff, but I hadn't ate or anything really anything today. I mean, I had ate a little bit of protein earlier in the day, but not enough really to. So I was getting hungry, so I went ahead and, like I said, just started eating. But and then he went ahead and ate, and he was like, "I think I'm going to bed," and I said, "Yes, I think you should, especially if you're getting up early." I think I said something about early, and he didn't make a comment one way or the other, but sometimes his loads and stuff change, and he'll get message and he'll wake up and check his phone, and sometimes he rolls over and goes back to sleep. So he may have
Right.
had a change in his loads too. So, and I don't know because I'm not in there. So
Well, and you don't want to wake them up and then find out that they already knew they didn't. You
no.
know what I mean? It's like, do you go in and
Yes,
wake them up because they're oversleeping, or do they know what they're,
I know.
you're a big boy, you can get it.
Right, that's what I'm sitting thinking. No, I'm not because
Right.
he was tired up. I don't want to. And he had about his on it. He's always been good with that. He's never. And so it's like, I'm not going to bother him.
So many comments could be said there, but I'll be nice and not anything directed toward Whitney. I was saying,
I'm going to have to refresh my chat.
I don't
I
think
think my
anybody.
chat.
No, Vima said hi, but
Okay.
that's the last that I've
Okay.
seen. I think
Okay.
we're rattling on too much, and there's not very many on here.
Yeah. My goodness, Lou. Over there beating the couch up to make her bed.
Hmm.
Good thing I have a cover on it still. Well, don't go down. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a potty break real quick. I'll be right back.
No, no. I'll go when you come back.
Okay. Okay, I'm back. Lou had to escort me. She was all bedded down, and as soon as I got up, she had to go with me. I'm like, seriously?
Well, you might get her a cookie while you're up.
Right. Oh my gosh. I said the other day, well, and I know it's how we trained her and stuff too. I get that too. But she was from that got her from whatever. I was like, so I wonder if that's why she's driven, is because she was the rent, she had to fight for it, you know? But I have a clue. I don't. But it definitely helped us when we were training her. But of course she still, enjoys that.
Right.
So she's still very food driven. So but by looking at her you wouldn't guess that she was the runt. I mean, she's for the breed she's just kind of in between on size and stuff. She's not real big, but she's not teeny tiny either. But competition.
Because we're both crocheting.
Yeah. I was like, well, I mean, not really, but
I guess that's about when it came up, but I've set it down since then.
right.
I gotta stretch my leg out. I came up with a brilliant idea the other day, but I wasn't gonna text it all out to you. And I've been sitting here trying to remember what was it I was gonna tell you. I was watching YouTube
You're
videos.
oh gosh. So your note taking isn't working out.
Not when I have them ingenious ideas.
Right.
I did have. See, last time I had my list and I went through all of it. This
Oh,
time,
hey,
though,
good.
it'll come to me. I'm getting ready to head for the bathroom. I'll remember it in there. Do you hear me
Maybe so.
yelling?
Do your
If you hear
best
me yelling,
thinking.
try to listen real close because I'm telling you what my idea is before I lose it. You know how you have all them great thoughts in there and you come out and you don't remember nothing.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
All right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Maybe I'll think of what it was. Oh, gosh. Yeah. I wasn't looking at you. Oh, you were when I come back here, it's so hot. Sit there on the couch, I feel like it's hot.
She does not have one. Because she's on my channel. And I invited her. Oh, thank you for the hearts.
The answer to the question is I have a channel, but there's nothing on it.
Well, and that's why I said you didn't have one because I didn't think you had anything on it. So
I remember whenever we first started talking, I told you I was thinking about doing it.
right. Yeah.
But sometimes I can't control my mouth, so maybe I shouldn't do that.
Well, you've been fine on here, so
Yeah. I don't know. It was just I don't know. Kind of like Randy, I'm up in the air.
Right.
But I don't see any sense of beating a dead horse if I can't talk myself into it. Or I'll have an idea for a video and then I'll get on YouTube and, hey, guess what's hot and new on this week's videos, And it's like, well,
Right. Yeah.
everybody talks about the same thing and it's just
Right.
not doing it.
Well, and that's the thing, though. If you really go deep diving into anything that you want to talk about or whatever, even if it's 5 years old, I mean, you're going to find the topic.
Right.
You know? And that's what I tried to do. She could do it. She could do it. If I can do it, anybody can do it.
Well,
I'm just working on a simple dishcloth tonight.
yeah, I'm making a chicken so that I don't have to think while I'm making something.
Well, that's why I'm doing this too. So there's not really a whole lot that I can mess up, but oh yes, I have messed up on these. That's for sure. Are you kidding? She just said she goes to the bathroom and flushes her ideas. Gotta ask, do they smell? No,
I didn't
jeez.
say I flushed the ideas. I said when I come out, I
No.
forget what they are. Don't be disgusting, Jeanette.
Right? I was like, oh my goodness, okay.
And I don't have to be doing that in the bathroom. I could be in there brushing my hair or brushing my teeth, and I just think of all kinds of stuff in there.
That's right. That's right.
Maybe that's because that's the only place nobody else is in there talking to me.
Well, that's why I said that where you have your best thinking,
In the shower, but you turn the water off. That's it. It's all over with.
Or you can have the water on and just pretend like you're in there just because then nobody
Right?
will bother you and just be sitting in there.
Stand outside with a notepad while the water runs. Oh my God. Why do you keep Post-its in your bathroom? Well, because I can't remember nothing when I leave.
Right. Oh gosh. Yeah, and on those days are the days that I do close the door all the way because then Luna's going to be hitting the door being like, hey, I'm coming in. And it's like, I don't want you.
Moonrose, it's the hook size. Because it's blanket yarn
Turns into
with this one is a 7. And then it goes to all the way out to 5 singles and then increase before you start coming up the side. I don't. Where's my hey, Gwen? Is that finished chicken still in the basket? Would you look, please? It's not over here. The big one? Yeah. Oh, you made another one. I made another one. Ah. Okay. Can you go grab me the pumpkin board off the dryer with the rooster?
up to a size 6 hook.
Yeah. See, there's the finished project.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I like this color too.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Uh-huh.
And they sell really fast. Those color they're pretty popular.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you what you can make with thin yarn for chickens that will sell extremely fast. If you sell them, I don't well, I guess you've only been crocheting for 2 or 3 weeks, but you could also go for something like that.
That is really cute.
Right? But see, he's not very big, but he's got loads of
No.
personality.
Right. Yes. I love the glasses, everything.
I
Yeah, I
can't tell
like that.
you how many times he's been about because I glued him on here, and everybody tries to yank him off of there,
Yeah.
and so I've made them individual too and sold them that way. I mean, they go fast.
Right.
And that's what I was thinking the other day is I need to just take a time out and make some of those.
Right.
But
Because I think those little shelf sitters, like the ones that are like the real like farmhousey looking shelf sitter ones with kind of the long legs, I want to make some of those. I haven't made those yet. And that's on my list of fun things to make too. Because I think they're
see,
so stinking cute.
yeah. Apparently from way back when I have one of those patterns, but I forgot all about it
Oh,
until I was looking for that lantern pattern and I knew it was one of
yeah.
my older ones and I come across
Yeah.
that chicken. And at first I was like, oh my God, is that them chickens John has been making? Because you're looking at a little tiny square trying to decipher the pattern.
Right. Right.
And anyway, I clicked on it. No, it's a big one, but it's like what you said.
Oh,
I think it's supposed to sit on the shelf, and it's got the legs that
right.
hang down.
But it kind of, yeah. That one there that you showed me kind of reminded me of that a little bit
Right?
with the way it looks, said, like it kind of resembled. And a frog keychain and lots more things. I've made a small purse.
I don't have a yarn winder. We've already had this discussion,
Right?
and I know you didn't see the yarn winder walk past me. She's out of screen.
Right. Have a lot of yarn like crocheting. I heard your yarn winder talking. Oh, she heard your yarn winder talking.
Talking. Okay, yes. That was her. She'd rather wind yarn than actually make something.
Oh gosh. Well, everybody has their own gifts.
Yep. And you can hand her the nastiest ball of yarn and be like, "Here, and wad this for me," and she'll sit there and do it.
Right? I remember you talking about that.
Sometimes I shouldn't yak so much and pay attention to what my pattern's telling me.
Oh, I've been there. I've been there. She probably wants a real yarn. Probably wants a real yarn winder.
No.
I think she actually likes the sat.
Yeah, she does actually like doing it.
And the nodding,
Yeah.
and nodding and everything. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I actually do too. If I'm not in a hurry about anything, and I have time to do it. And not being in frustration to hurry up and get something done. Hello, Cinnamon. Well, I got that washcloth done. It was one of the confetti ones too. I think that turned out really cute too. And I
Uh-huh.
really like that yellow one. That yellow one turned out really nice with, kind of that confetti look.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the name of this one? Lemon Lime Twist. Has the green and kind of a bluish kind of color and white.
I think I had.
It's pretty. Pretty too.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, and Jeanette, I got my Viking gnome done, but I'm going to redo his hat. But I actually got him done. But that hat, oh my gosh, yeah, I have to redo. I'm going to redo it because I already like ripped it out like 3 or 4 times. But other than that, I think he turned out fairly cute. Well, thank you, but I definitely want to do another attempt at the hat. I don't have it sewed on or anything, but I know that I am missing some stitches in it because whenever I went to try to fit it on his head, it was too small and I went to count my stitches and I'm pretty sure I'm missing. Practice, practice. So,
Right behind you.
yes, I did do
Good night.
the shield. Ah, yes, I did the shield. It's kind of covered by his beard, but yeah, here's the shield. And it's attached to his arm. And I went ahead and tacked it down a little bit to so you could, because the way it was placed on the arm and stuff, it was just, because the arm was free flowing. So I went ahead and tacked it down just a little bit. I just saw your pants. Those are cute.
Right?
I just noticed that your pants are the tie dye too. They're cute. I like them.
Oh my gosh. I could live in these, except for they make me very lazy.
Hey, that's all right. Well, your gnomes that you're working on right now too, Jeanette, they're pretty cute too. They turned out really good. Because I've got to catch a little bit of, whenever I went back and seen that you were live, I have tried to go back and watch some whenever I've had a chance. Hmm. I'm going to a school market, so working on some school colors right now. Oh, cool.
It's not that bad. Probably about as much as your gnomes take. Because I don't stuff. I mean, they're firm, but they're not firm. They're still kind of squishy. So well, they may not even. I don't know. About as much as what your gnomes that you're making probably is equivalent, or a little less, maybe. Yes and no. It's kind of on the chickens. Not. I mean, I'd say it's about medium. It's not real squishy, but it's not hard. And I also cheat sometimes and make a hole in the middle, and I put denim scraps inside there to give it weight to hold it. Because we take the leftover denim and chunk it basically into like little small chunks, and then I'll use it when I need something with a little more weight to it. Really, Jeanette? I went through that whole explanation, display, and everything.
Like, how did you miss it? She must have had to have stepped away for a moment.
Yeah, like right after she asked the question.
I know. Oh gosh. But you know the rules. You got to stick around to get the answer. Then you can go do your thing.
You're at work. Okay, it's like medium stuff. It's not real squishy, but it's not hard, you know. And like I explained before when you weren't listening, on these, sometimes I'll leave like a well, and I'll take the denim scraps that we cut into cubes and fill that well up to give it a little weight to hold it, so if you want it on your shelf or whatever, it'll sit, what have you. So that kind of cuts down on how much stuffing you use in there. But really, I think I don't know. I kind of feel like it'd be less stuffing than what you have in your gnomes that you're making right now. But then again, it could be pretty close to the same. And I have noticed that, well, you know that the blanket yarns all kind of are different on some of the stuff. So, like this one may turn out to be a little bigger than that last one, because that last one I noticed wasn't as big as the other color that I did.
Oh yeah, you're making one. I have made chickens out of that color there. I love that color.
I love this color.
Because all of them that I've made out of that, all of them sold on that one
Yep.
too. My black, that the black, white, gray, and that color there have been the most popular
Yep.
for me.
Well, I was done with chicken, so I wasn't gonna get any more.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I thought so,
Everybody
but
loves the chickens.
right?
I don't mind these. I like these. They remind me more of the old-fashioned chickens. But them Mabel
Right,
chickens,
right,
I ain't figured it out yet.
yeah,
But yeah, I love this color here. And well,
yeah.
that one's really good too.
Hmm.
But I have to be careful with the I love this color because nobody else usually does.
Oh gosh. Well, in this case, I think they do.
Oh man, there was a worsted weight that one of Walmart's newer colors.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, I was just like, "Oh, that is so pretty." But it's a variegated or an ombre. I don't know which one. I just seen the colors.
Oh, right.
And I had to be like, just walk away from it because no matter what you make out of it, although I
Yeah,
bet you could make an okapi out of it and it would be all right if it was the ombre because it would like stripe.
true. Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know. May
I
have
don't
to
know.
try it. May
Well,
have to try.
I'm probably gonna forget about it. Just I'm not supposed to be buying yarn. I'm supposed to be making stuff.
Well, and that's the thing. You just walk away from it, and then if it's still on your mind after a few days or a week, then if you forgot about it, you forget about it and just go
Well, that's
on.
kind of
So,
where I was with that spider, and I only got this color because I was there getting that spider color,
yes,
and I thought, well, these chickens have gotten a lot of attention, so I'm gonna go ahead and make up
right,
some.
right,
The wheels are turning.
right.
I was actually running through my patterns of okapis, if you want to know the truth.
Oh, yeah.
Thinking, which one would that work for? You and me both, Jeanette. You and me both.
Oh, I actually love making them, but I've taken a break from making them, so to make other stuff.
Let me rephrase it. It's not that I hate making them, it's I hate making 100 of them. That's what I hate about it.
Right, yeah, and that's the thing, even those ones that I'm making right now that I really do like that are different from what I've made, you know,
Those are gonna
that's just
sell.
it. I don't wanna get burnt out on 'em because I really do like them and they're really cute, and I've been doing different things with them, to change them up a little bit, and so but I don't wanna get burnt out for making them either, so
Yeah.
that's why I'm taking a break because I was like, I don't wanna get burnt out because I do really like
Well,
them.
Yeah, and just because we're sitting here going, "Oh, those are gonna sell real good," because 'cause they're totally different from what they're accustomed to seeing, you don't wanna have a ton of them and then find out, no,
Right,
because they wanna buy what they're accustomed to
right,
seeing.
right. So that's just it. I still
Hey,
want to have that
Roman.
variation, you know.
Right?
Oh, hey, Roman. Well, the ones that I had been making, it doesn't take me very long to make them. I mean, they work
I
up pretty
know.
fast. They don't take that long. Now, if I'm doing
Laundry.
acrylic yarn, yeah, yeah, that does take a little longer. But I've not very, I've only made like the smaller ones out of the acrylic. So
She's making that big old gnome, and she thinks chickens take too long.
right, exactly. I'm like, yeah. I was kind of thinking the same thing, but refraining from commenting.
1 or 2, Roman?
Today at 2. Our goat gave birth today at 2.
Yes, I know, but did it have 1 or did it have twins?
Yeah. 1 or 2. Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, 3. Now that's I know that's not really good, but that is cool.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And then really making the Mabel chickens, I think it was just because it was repetitive, but I didn't have to stuff them because I had Ryan, and by the time we were done, Ryan could sew them together too.
Oh wow. Yeah.
You cannot make one of those Mabel chickens in less than 3 hours. A Mabel chicken shouldn't take you but 30 minutes max.
I was gonna say those Mabels are like super fast.
I'm
I
I'm
can
I'm
make a
now
whole
now
moon
I'm
about 30
now I'm
hours.
flipping through my chicken patterns, and I'm wondering, what chicken are you making that is taking 3 hours long?
Right. Yeah, because
This doesn't
yeah,
even take me 3 hours, and I've been on here
right,
gabbing.
right.
How long we've been on here? Okay, it's taken me 2 hours to get this far, but I'm not that far from being really actually done with it, and if I hadn't have been talking, it wouldn't have taken that long.
Well, and she just said it bores her. Well, and that's the thing. If it's something that you don't like as well, and you said you don't like making the chickens, and you enjoy making the gnomes because they're fun and they're different too,
Right.
that's the difference, I think, right
Well,
there.
and it's challenging her to get them to work the shirts out right with everything else.
Same old gives me
Yep.
or drives me nuts. Yeah.
That's why I boycotted chickens last year. I would only make the chickens if they were a different pattern, and those sold just as fast as those Mabel chickens, but
Right.
once they were gone, they were gone. I didn't make any more. And I still had people, "Got any chickens?"
Right.
Oh, that chicken in the eggshell sold too. Do you
Oh,
remember that?
yeah.
Yeah, that
Yes,
one
I
sold too,
remember.
and I just let him go on thinking it was cute.
Oh gosh.
"Oh, this is
You
so
know,
adorable." Yes, yes, it is.
and that's just the thing. The things that we think are so, whatever. I mean, there's somebody out there that it's meant for.
Yep.
Yes, yes, email me pictures, Roman.
And I do believe it was an adult that bought that, if I remember right.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive it was.
Mm. Oh, it knows it does.
Did you see Poggy's Place is coming out with more patterns?
Yes, and
Friday.
I was going to say something to you about that, and I forgot about it too. Yes, I seen
Friday.
that.
I'm waiting. It's like it's almost like every time I say I'm gonna delete Etsy so I'm not seeing all them patterns, then she starts
Right,
saying, "Hey, I'm coming out with more patterns."
right. Well, how I seen it is that one lady that I kind of befriended at the one market that's, lives fairly close to me. She had
Right?
posted that she had a tester call. So that's how I had seen that she was coming out with a new series or whatever because she had a tester call come out.
Yeah.
Okay, Roman, I'm going to show everybody. Is that okay?
Answer fast because she's gonna do it anyway.
I it's like itching. I'm like, I mean, it doesn't show anything, that's gonna, whatever. But look at that. I hope you can kind of see it, just that little
Well, you
guy
can
or little
kind of
girl,
see it,
a
but they're
little
so
bit.
tiny anyway.
I know, but it's all gray and kind of white.
That's awesome.
That is adorable. Then here's another one. You can see it a little bit better there.
Okay, hang on. Oh yeah. I don't know. My son and daughter-in-law's got goats. I don't know if we're gonna have any this spring or not. It's not something I keep up on.
We always, right? We always had sheep. Oh, they were so cute. And just a little fluffy little nugget. Fluffy
Oh
nugget.
my gosh. Yep. Too cute.
Well, thank you for sharing those, Roman. They're so cute. Yeah, they were all like the gray, kind of faded gray, like a little bit.
Uh-huh.
They're really cute.
What kind of goat are they, Roman? Ah,
Oh.
so those are some little tiny goats, babies.
Mhm. Little nuggets. Bear wants to hang out with me, so I gotta go. I'll probably be able to say. Bye. Well, have fun with your friend, Roman. And thanks for popping in for a little bit and sharing your good news with your goats. And I don't know for sure when I'm going to be on next because I'll be going on vacation. So I may pop on while we're driving down. I won't be driving. So I may pop on while we're driving at some point on Saturday. I don't know. Just have to see. We're going to have girl car and boy car. Okay, Roman. And since I'm in the all girl car, it shouldn't be too crazy. I'll probably be in the back seat with Sassy Pants. I don't know, maybe not. It just depends.
Some of us are not, though.
This vacation, I'm going to be babysitter too, and that's kind of what it is. So, and like Seth said, well, I want to. He was like, I'm not going to make you pay for anything. It's a free vacation. It's like, yeah, because I'm babysitter. So I'm calling it vacation to get me in the frame of mind of yes, it's vacation, and I'm also babysitting. If that makes sense, I'm just trying to.
Okay, so as long as you're going into it knowing that you're supposed to be the babysitter, then we can't be disgruntled.
Right,
Because
and I'm not. And that's what I'm trying to get at. It's like, nope.
right. That's because when you were telling that earlier story, I thought, well, that was really crappy. Yeah, grandma gets to go, but she's going to be stuck babysitting. You know,
Right. And
but if
that's why I said I'm
that
trying
was
to
the
get that.
intent,
I was trying
right?
to talk my way through it, Lenora,
Well, I
because I
get
already
that now that
know.
I know the whole story. Notice how notice how well I kept my mouth shut on that deal because I was thinking it over.
See, Jeanette. So yeah, there's no reason to be jealous over there at all. So, and if you only knew the story from last year, you definitely would not be jealous. So, and that's a whole different story. But because even Cindy was like, "Are you ready for that again?" And I was like, "It'll be all right. It'll be all right." And it is going to be a little bit of a deal in the beginning because Seth is actually going to propose to Annie while we're down there. And he's planning on doing that on Saturday after we get there. So I'm supposed to somehow make a plan for us to go do something while he's back at the place that we're staying at, the house that we're staying at, while he's getting stuff ready. So we'll see how all that goes because then he gets stressed out if things don't work the way that he wants them to. And I've already tried to prepare him for, nothing's perfect, so you're just going to have to go with whatever. So so we'll see how that all works.
Man, I hope she says yes, so that's gonna be a long car ride back.
Oh, and she's going to say yes because I think she already knows kind of what's going down. So Unless something really sideways happens that, you know, she gets really ticked. Because that's what he said. He was like, I'm not gonna, are you kidding me? I'm not gonna, you know, because we were talking about some things that happened last year. And he was like, you think that that's gonna happen? And then, oh yeah, I'm gonna have the balls to be like, turn around and ask her to marry me if I lose, you know, whatever. So, but I was like, yeah. But yeah. Last year was just a little bit more stressful. Everybody was sick but me, I think. Everybody ended up getting sick or was getting over being sick. Plus, Everly was basically a newborn whenever we went. And so we had no business going on vacation when we did last year. But Seth
Right.
was trying to make it something happen that really shouldn't have happened. And oh boy, yeah, it was crazy, and everything under the sun was happening. You know, trying to throw a monkey wrench in it, and it was like, do you not see the sign? Do you not see the sign? You know, and so yeah, but this year is much different, and it will be fun. I'm not, you know, so, but there are going to be other people that you know originally weren't going to be there that are going to be there, which is fine. They're staying somewhere separate from all of us. So we won't have all of that extra. But like her sister, I think, is planning on being there and one of her best friends and whatever too. So, but they're already planning on staying somewhere elsewhere. So,
Well, you could look at it this way. After last year, this year will be a blast.
oh, and then yeah, and really seriously, that's the frame of mind that I keep going to. It's like, okay, I think we got that out of the way this year. You know, it is much different, and yes, yeah, I agree with you.
Well, and the kids have got a little more age on them, so that always
Yes,
helps.
yes, yes. Because I mean, Gray he hadn't even turned 3 yet. And like I said, Everly, she was, how old would she have been? Like 2.5 months, something like that. Around 2 months. And she was sick. She she ended up like with some kind of upper respiratory stuff, and she was trying to get over that. And Annie's a nurse. I mean, she's an ICU nurse. So I mean, you know, she knew what to watch for and kind of take care and do all the things. But I think it was kind of freaking her out though at the same time. So I mean, I remember the one night, it was the first night that we ended up where we were at, and we ended up having to get a hotel room because we couldn't get into the cabin that we were staying in yet. And she slept sitting up in the bed with the boppy and Everly laying across the boppy just like passed out. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how can you sleep like that? And I wanted so bad to just go over and grab her and be like, just go to sleep. I can watch Everly, you know, because she was exhausted, just exhausted. Because Everly was sick. And she, you know, whenever your babies are sick, you know,
Right.
you don't sleep, you know, or not good, you know. So it was just that, and like I said, everybody else had gotten sick. I wasn't ever sick, but the kids had been sick. You know, Seth was sick while we were there, and it was just like, oh my gosh, it was just yeah. So at least I said no, no sickness is allowed this year.
Right.
Nobody can be sick. My sister used to do that to me when the kids were little. I even had to stay in the same room as the 4 kids twice 4 kids under 10. Yeah. Well, at least with mine, Ava is at least older. She's 14, so she can help. I mean, she very much can help and corral and do and whatever. But then we jump to Austin, and he just turned, oh gosh, 7, because Gray will be 4 on April the 1st. And then we have Everly that's just over a year old. So Ava and Austin are Annie's 2 older kids. Hello, Isabella. Oh, hello, CJ.
Long time no see, CJ.
I know it has been. Oh, I'm going with my older son and his family, Isabella. It will be. It will be fun. And that's the thing, where we're going is a place that we all do very much enjoy going, so it'll be a good time. Getting that crunched up good, Sam?
See, I was gonna say, what is Sam doing? And then I thought, no, maybe it's the dog messing with their bed on the couch. And so then I was just like, I'll just wait until somebody else says something.
Is Sam crunching up his ramen?
Yeah, because I heard it earlier and it was like, what in the world?
Well,
After.
earlier that was Luna clawing around on her, getting her bed ready.
Yeah. See, I'm not the only one that says it's better if you break the noodles.
Hey, we do. I mean, we pound the heck out of them things.
I don't eat it. I mean, I used to, but then it was just kind of like I don't know, it just didn't appeal to me anymore. So
Well, and I used to eat them too. And yes, recently I have had them and totally glutened myself, and I had a really bad reaction to it this last time, and I will never have them again. So,
I don't know. I just kind of got away from eating them. Now that ain't to say that somewhere along the line I'm like, ooh, that sounds good, and I have one and I'm done
right,
for the next 10 years.
right.
But the kids love them, so
Yeah.
when I let them have it, I break it all down because I'm sorry. It's way easier for them to eat them little pieces than it is them big long pieces and me trying to pick them up off the floor.
Right. Yeah. Well, the kids, they've always crushed theirs like that, break the bricks
Right?
up and everything, and they've
Yeah.
always done that. Yeah.
Well, certain members who will remain nameless like them long.
Oh, really? Girl, I love your yarn. Yes, she does have quite the yarn collection, doesn't she?
Oh, yes.
Well, thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. The lady with grace and Susan's giggle. Well, oh, well, thank you. Hello.
Can you hear that?
Uh-uh.
Okay. The cat is on the other side of the phone
Oh my gosh.
and is snoring.
Oh, really? No, I can't
Yeah.
hear it.
Well, he was getting really loud. That's why I was like, my God, can you hear that?
Right? No, I didn't.
Yeah. And the way he snores, because he'll get in the chair over there and then
Oh, yeah.
start snoring. Well, then I think it's one of the
Right.
kids in the bedroom talking, and I'm like, "What?" And they don't know what I'm talking about because it's the cat
Right?
snoring. But you know how
Right?
you'll like just catch a little glimpse, you'll just barely catch somebody talking, and you'll be like, "What?" And then they'll say,
Right?
"That's what I think is going on."
Right?
Yeah, and it's not. It's the cat snoring.
It's the cat. You had an accident. Oh my goodness. Are you okay, CJ? I'm working on a dishcloths tonight. Oh, well, thank you, Laura. Your favorite color? Oh my goodness. I don't know. I am into the greens. I like green. I'm on a green kick right now. All shades of green. Like even that, just well, good, CJ. Someone to do your dishes. Put the kids to work. But then again, I don't know. You may end up with a bigger mess. I don't know. Well, welcome from
Hello,
the
Irene.
Philippines.
Yeah.
Oh, Laura, please don't advertise your age on here. If you're truly that age, please don't advertise it. There's not such good people lurking sometimes, so I don't advise it. Hey, they break stuff if I let them do dishes. Well, that's what I said. You may end up with a bigger mess if you have them do it. I mean, we're a pretty safe place here, but you never know who's lurking in the background. We don't always know who's in here watching and listening, and so
About what?
well, that's what I was like. What are you talking about?
I'm thinking, oh man, this is Jeanette. We can go so many different directions in this.
That's pretty random, so I don't know.
Right?
Your favorite color. I didn't see you put your favorite color, so I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not following, so because I didn't even think that she answered it anyway. So I don't know. You missed my story. I didn't see a story. It may not have come through because sometimes if it's like a longer thing, it won't send it through for some reason. I've had other people do the same. I don't think it came through, Jeanette. It maybe came through on your end, but it didn't come through on ours. Because, like I said, if it was a longer thing, it may not have allowed it to go through. Because I did scroll up a little bit, but it's not there.
Okay, well, I scrolled up and I didn't see it.
Yeah, me too. So I don't think it came through.
Because we were talking about vacation, and then
Right.
blah, 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 blah. Hang on, I've had a little too much to drink. No.
What's in
Honest.
that cup over there, Lenora?
Well, I thought it was just hot cocoa, but maybe there's somebody slipped something. I don't know.
Well, like I
Got
said,
distracted.
Jeanette, it probably did show up on your end, but it's not on ours. So, like I said, again, if it was longer, it sometimes it just does that. And sometimes even if it's a question or something like that, it won't pop up. So, and I don't know why. I don't know why it does that. Have you ever tried to have more than 2 on live chat? I was thinking about having 4. Um, I've not ever tried it. I don't know that there's a way to do it on the phone. I have it for my computer, but not for the phone because I'm still using my phone. So,
Uh,
the exact same chicken.
oh, sorry, CJ. I didn't see your question. And yes. Yep. I don't remember what the name of the pattern was.
Mine says I can invite more. Maybe we can attempt that sometime. What time is it for you?
It's about
It's
that
almost
time.
midnight. And through my phone, there may be a way that I can do more by just like submitting, like, if I would go live and just have like the link where I could send it to people somehow or like invite that way. I've not ever tried it that way yet. So, because I have 2 different ways that I can send it. So, but I know for the program that I have set up on my laptop, I can have multiples, but like I said, I just haven't went back in to really test it, to try it. I want Sam to kind of look at it to make sure that I don't totally jack something up. And we haven't really coordinated a time to do that.
Okay, Jeanette, my question is it telling you that on the phone or are you looking on the laptop? Because
Right, yeah.
somebody said you had to have a special program to be able to
Yes.
have more than one person on there. So
Yes.
that's
I'm still learning, but don't want to have just anyone. Not sure why they will say what they will say. Well, that's true. You don't want
no,
to do
I
because
yeah, okay.
there's
Never
all
mind.
kinds of people that'll say, "Oh, put me on live with you," and it's like, no, I don't even know who you are.
Donna takes that risk every time I'm on here. She knows exactly what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah. And it's got little
Please.
chicks you can make with it.
Yeah, because with like on my laptop, I had to download software to be able to have multiples. multiple people. And then I had to add like the plugins and things like that to do. Even though I have a camera and everything on my laptop, I had to connect that and do all the rigmarole and all that kind of stuff.
So maybe they were telling you just a too complicated way of doing it. Maybe there's an easier way.
and I mean, yes, there could be, I don't know. Because I'm still
We'll let
learning about
Jeanette
all that
figure it
stuff
out and she
too.
can report back.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, we didn't even know there was a green screen.
Right. And I mean, now I do have it is on my thing. Before I didn't have a green screen on mine. I don't remember ever seeing it, but I don't dare touch it. I ain't touching it. Because I just
Oh my god.
Oh.
Well, like I
So
said,
I don't know. I should try just doing like the going, like copying my link. And maybe there is a way that I could, invite more than one, since I do have that where you can copy the link now. So, because like I said, I do have two ways of doing it now. So,
well, and like I said, the one that I was watching, she had more than one on there. And so I just thought it was through YouTube. But then when that one person was telling you, oh no, you got to get this
oh, Katrina.
whatever downloaded, I thought, okay, maybe they already had it on there and I just didn't know, I didn't know
Right,
because they were telling her to just that it had to be done before you started the live. But she had, several on there.
right. Right, you will, Jeanette.
Yes. We I don't think we can make it to her to help.
Right. Hmm. Need to know how to do a bobble color change for a pattern. It has a corner to corner type pattern, but it's straight bobbles, and my color changes aren't seamless. And it's all bobbles. It's a corner to corner type pattern, but it's straight bobbles, and my color changes aren't seamless. Not important. Unfortunate, it will wait. They always catch it. Okay.
We're behind, we're lagging.
Yes.
I
Yes.
just thought she was in reference to, like, the dishes and that kind of thing. That's why I was
Right,
just
right.
like, "Well, we can't really
Well,
help her
that's what
from
I thought
here."
too, but it just, yeah, we just now got it. So,
That and I'm thinking that over with the baubles.
well, because is it like a graph pattern that you're doing even? Because I mean, because I'm thinking,
Okay, here is my question. Are you changing colors in the bauble? Because if
right.
so, you do it when you're halfway, either at the hey, check this out. Either at the second unfinished double control crochet or at the third unfinished double crochet.
Well, that's why I was asking you if it was a graph, because if it's like a graph and if you do have
Right.
to change
Right.
midstream, then
Yeah,
that makes the
otherwise,
difference. You're right. I mean, so that's why I was
yeah.
asking if there was a graph, because it's like yeah.
Well, I know, see, I've got my tablet going so I can read the comments without being all up in the phone.
Oh,
And I
right.
know on my tablet, we are way behind what we are here.
Yeah.
So who knows how the comments are coming in for us.
Right. Because I know I mean, whenever I'm watching on my TV, whenever I can, compared to here, there's always lag.
Yes, you're working off of a graph or okay.
I'll send the link to the pattern.
We can't access it unless you email it to Jonna.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, we won't be able to. Oh gosh. Stretch my legs.
I know, right? It's all that exercise. I'm making a stoke up. Oh,
Well, I feel like I'm doing continual squats sitting in this chair.
oh my god, I was digging out trees and so yeah, my I got up earlier and just about couldn't move anywhere from sitting
Right.
like this. Like feel the burn.
Oh gosh.
Hello, Manuela.
Hello, Manuela. How are you? I get all tongue-tied saying that, but I try my best.
I know I try to listen to her say it, so I try to pronounce it right.
Right? Good.
No dogs.
No dogs.
And unless he can dig specifically in one spot and not all over the yard, no dogs.
Have him come and dig moles in my yard. What? Well, because I had Luna out and I didn't close the door. It's just the inside door. I don't have it like the door's open. Okay, I just got in trouble. I'll be right back. Did your load change or something? Because I thought you were getting up at 10. Oh, see? Yeah, I was wrong again. It's tomorrow night. He has to get
Hence why we debated the whole do we wake him up or not.
right.
Dude,
would
you
have
are
been in
so on
trouble.
your own.
Busy spring cleaning. Oh boy, yeah, I've kind of been doing similar here. Oh, Blue likes cats. Oh boy. And birds and gophers. So he digs where he wants to. And the bird is gone. Huh? I just need a stamp for it. I don't have any stamps. It's those rebates from Menards. Did you hear me say
Yes.
the bird is gone? Huh? Did you hear me say the bird is? It flew out. So yes, he does. Oh, Kitty Cat wanted to make an appearance.
Kitty Cat's wanting to start a cat fight on my lap, and that ain't happening. No,
She's scared.
actually,
He or she's feeling left out.
her snuggle buddy went to bed.
Oh, okay.
And instead of going and getting, but now she's headed in there. So basically,
Okay.
I laughed at her earlier, so now she had to try to torment me
Oh,
because that's the one that took the flying leap.
gotcha.
She likes getting up in the window and sitting, so that's why I let her jump
Yeah,
across because I thought she wanted up in the window. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her.
right.
And then, of
Yeah.
course, she knows how to turn the tablet on and
Oh gosh.
everything else. So she was scoping out a spot. That's why I kept trying to get her up in the window and she wouldn't go.
Right.
So move on your way because you're not in my way.
Right.
But we've gone quite a long time without having that problem.
I tried that once. I can drive anything with four wheels, but anymore on it, I'm done. Lots of respect. Excel all jerks on the road's not paying attention. Don't think of the weight he's moving. Oh yeah, I've went with him several times, and I get to be witness to a lot of that. It is kind of crazy, but there's a lot of and I know my husband, he's a truck driver too, but there's a lot of there's some of those truck drivers right now that aren't too smart about the driving either.
Or maintaining their truck. Let's go there. Let's go there. I
Mhm.
just had this whole discussion this afternoon.
Yep.
How do you expect these guys to drive safely if you aren't going to maintain the trucks?
Yeah. That too.
Because, well, you know,
But it's crazy some of those but I mean but it's drivers across the board. It's not even just four wheelers or the 18 wheelers of just not paying attention and being on their devices and watching TV and their feet up in the dash and that drives me crazy. And different ones it's like they're playing chicken on the interstate and it just oh boy. Whew. Scary stuff on both sides.
no, I know what you're talking about, but, there's,
She needs some love. I wrote lots of tickets to the jerks cutting off
uh,
truck drivers. But yeah.
no, not my cat. No. At no point ever will you hear me ever say I'm a fur mommy. Never. No.
Yeah, we've had that discussion. Yeah, I'm the fur mommy over here and she's not. Yeah, because it is scary whenever you're in a truck and you get cut off by a car, that's for sure. I mean, because, oh my gosh, there were times that, I mean, some of those. The other day we were on our way to church and there was a car, it was an SUV. And I don't know, I mean, that truck could not have seen that car get in front of him. It was crazy. And I don't know if they just weren't paying attention or thought that they had got ahead of the truck more than what they had. I don't know, but I mean that semi driver had to put on his brakes because, and there wasn't even any traffic around him, because that nose and stuff, it is, I mean, it's right. You cannot see.
Well, and I see them do that more often than not. And there's
Yeah,
no way that they can, I don't know. I see that more so. And it's just
right.
like, are you stupid? Because you're basically cutting that truck off. You wouldn't,
Yes,
and they don't pull that close over in front of another vehicle. Well, some do.
right.
Some do. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah,
But
right. Yeah.
I think they tend to do it more so to a semi, and I'm sitting there it's like,
And I mean, and I think it is because just I've been in the semi with Whitney several times, and know, I've witnessed so much and stuff just being with him and everything that I am so consciously aware of it. And I mean, I will go way out of my way to go way ahead because
I
and
don't
make
want
sure
them
that I can
running over
see that
me.
truck behind me, before I go back over into the lane after I passed.
I really don't even want them anywhere near around me. I'll even stay back behind and drive slower if I have to.
Right.
But yeah,
Right.
and I guarantee a lot of them trucks have issues. So why would you want to be getting right in front of them? Because maybe they got good
Right.
brakes and maybe they don't.
Right. And they're way bigger than us
That's
too,
right.
and that's, they can't just stop on a dime.
Do do do.
No, that's always makes me wonder if it's intentional. Oh, there may be some people that do, Jeanette, and that's scary. I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all because some people get irritated and they do it intentionally because of that, or whatever. It's not a real smart move on their part. It's crazy what they deal with just trying to do their jobs. Lots of respect, and no one appreciates what they do. They think everything they do. See, just repair, no, truck driver.
Hmm. Oh, this can get me going on a whole rant. Ask me about the roundabouts. That really gets me going.
I roundabouts, no. No, yeah.
Yeah,
Nope,
because
nope,
how are
nope.
them trucks? How are those trucks supposed to get through them roundabouts efficiently?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody think about that?
Right,
No. Why? Because they don't live in countries where they depend on trucks to get their stuff across the country. So let's make them real tight and expect them guys to get them trailers through there.
right. Yeah, there's things that Whitney has talked about, places like that, that's like he absolutely hates it because it's not made for trucks at all.
No. It's
And
somebody sitting behind a desk going, "Ooh, this looks pretty." And they don't factor in all the work people because, it's not just semis. You got longer box trucks
right,
hauling stuff, your tandem, or what is it? When they carry, when the dump trucks are pulling the extra truck,
right.
bed.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I don't know the lingo anymore. I'm sorry.
I know what you're talking about, but
They don't factor that in because, oh, somebody that's not in that world, or maybe not even born and raised in the United States, is coming up with these nifty spiffy ideas.
right. And they don't even work the industry or do anything to know what, the pros and
Exactly.
cons and all the things like that. And
I think they should
yeah,
stick them in a truck and let them ride around.
right.
Hey, just got wings left to make. Wonder, should I do some without wings? You think I should just leave it without wing? Maybe do one without wings and one with wings.
Yeah, just to see. Because I think it's cute without them too, but
I know, right? And they're so used to seeing those Mabel chickens.
right.
And I prefer the wings, so that's there again goes into the you don't always have the best judgment.
I would try some without because I'm sure there's people out there that were.
Would probably, yeah. Well, we'll do
Because
one
those
without
chickens
and
that I
one with.
was doing that were like that, I didn't put wings on any of my bigger ones, and they
Yeah.
were selling like crazy. So,
Okay. Well, then I got something completely done while we were on live.
yay!
I will not promise it ever happens again.
Well, I've almost got my second dishcloth done.
Do you? See, that's why you do options because, well, I made one with the wings and then I sewed the little chicks to her. One was kind of to the front, one was tucked underneath the wing, and then one was on top. And it sold at the second event I took it to.
Yeah.
It would have sold at the first event, but they didn't want the chicks attached to it for some weird reason.
Oh, you got your bucket hat made? Good. Yes, I remember you from earlier.
Yeah. And that's why, yeah, because I put denim scraps in the one, and it made it a little heavier. But the lady that bought it was gonna use it just for decor in her kitchen. What do you mean scissors? Oh my Lanta. Oh, okay. Sorry, my brain had already flipped to something else, so I didn't get the scissors. Nope. No accommodations made while at an event. Sorry, doesn't happen. It sends up the hearts or whatever, whichever one you click, it just sends it up on the side of the screen. And so far it doesn't really do much of anything that we've found anyway.
Expands into different things, but nothing happened when I clicked it.
Try it again.
Strawberry Fanta. Click the heart, then choose the emoji you want to send.
Hey Warren.
I just sends a black dot up. Johnny, can you see? Can you have memberships and stickers yet? I'm almost there. I am like that close. After I get my week update, I may have enough to where, yeah. We are crocheting.
Yeah, for the memberships and all, your people have to pay
Yes.
for the
Yeah,
memberships.
they do.
And that's, yeah, it's just another money grab.
Yeah. Which I don't care about any of that stuff, but it also takes me to my next level. So
Right, right.
yeah.
But
So,
it's
yeah.
like we have gone from watch my video so I can get paid that way to, well, I'm not making enough money that way. So now I'm going to put out
Mhm.
memberships
Yeah. And
or
I
I'm going to
don't
start
plan.
Patreon and I'm going to create different levels. And
Right.
every time I see a creator do this, I think, I get you're trying to bring more money in, you're trying to support yourself more, but do you stop and think about how much more work you just added onto yourself? Because some of these people are like, "Well, I'll create 5 new patterns a week." And I'm like, "Well, they gotta be crap because how many weeks can you keep that going?"
Right.
You know,
You're gonna
okay,
get
yeah,
burnt out.
Yeah,
for one, and get
because they
overwhelmed, and then you're always gonna have to be, like, one-upping the next thing, and
it
yeah,
yeah,
you just set yourself up
exactly.
kind of for failure
So
at the end.
exactly. That's what it's like just because something on the internet said this is what you should do to make more money does not mean that that's what you need to be
Right,
doing.
right,
Yeah, but somebody's got to pay for those stickers.
right.
No, well,
Look
no.
at that, can send you stickers that you get paid
You have to
for.
hit so many hours and all that other stuff before you can.
Right, yeah, because I don't get anything right now, and that's just the thing, that's it. I mean, my hours, I am so close to being right there, but not
Right,
yet,
Jeanette.
so they are slight modifications from the same patterns that they call a different pattern. Right? Yes, Jeanette,
Well,
yep.
CJ, since you put it that way, it kind of sounds wrong.
That's perfect, enjoy my campaign paid to talk to me. Well, you're getting ripped off. Yes, viewers can buy stickers. YouTube keeps like 50%. Yeah, I mean, yeah, YouTube keeps like a good portion of,
Well, yeah. I mean, let's
right,
but to just keep adding more and more and more on yourself because somebody create like it'd be like if you got made a video and was like, "Okay, the next greatest thing that really boosted all my views, I went on Patreon and I'm getting so much money over there." And then everybody's got to follow you because you had the next greatest idea and I guess in a way it's a way to knock out the competition because they'll all hit burnout.
right, right. But some of the
I mean,
people
just
that try to go across all the platforms,
yeah,
one place they'll hit it and maybe go viral, we're not
right.
really intending to, but then they'll go somewhere else and they tank. I mean, they don't get hardly anything.
Well, and I have seen quite a few of them be like, "You do not want your stuff to go viral." They all
Right,
thought it was the greatest thing
right,
initially, and that's what they were told to shoot for because,
right,
that's what they all put out. And then
right,
after it happened, then they realized it wasn't really the greatest thing, and in some cases, it ended up messing up their algorithm and everything, and so then they
right,
tanked after that.
right,
So that's why I've just always been do what you wanna do. If you wanna
right,
go on every day, go on every day. If
right.
that doesn't you know Yeah, I'm on Instagram. Ask me when the last time I posted it was, and I've gotten 4 new followers since then.
Oh my gosh.
And I often ponder, do they even read what I put on there? Or are they just looking at the pictures going, "Oh, that's cute," because I know that's what I do. And sometimes it goes through my head that maybe I should read what they're putting on there just in case they're actually putting something useful on there. Or maybe
Yeah.
it's something I don't agree with and I just hearted it because I'm trying to keep the crochet coming up in my feed.
Right, right. You see, and that's what I like about being on here because it is just like, okay, I'm just chatting with friends and crocheting with my friends and whatever. And I've met so many
He wants to
people,
start
you
crocheting.
know? Huh?
Warren says he wants to start crocheting now.
Right? I've seen that. And it is, I mean, I don't know. It's relaxing to me.
It gives you something to feed off of. When other people get on there and talk to you, when you like when we hit these quiet spots, a lot of times we're focusing on what we're doing, but it
Right,
also
right,
gets them involved where it gives you something to feed off of to talk about, or maybe it triggers a thought process of something you to talk about.
right.
Can't have it well, you can. if you're me, you can. I have them all the time, one-sided conversations. You know, it's
Well,
easier to have a two-sided conversation.
and I'm pretty good at that. Or I mean, me and Luna, I'll have a conversation with Luna. If I'm just
I
sitting here by
agree, Jeanette.
myself.
Right?
I just like to talk to you guys. Hello. I like the friendly without filthy language and hate talk. Yes. Yes, Jeanette, she does. Can we talk about this?
Yeah, we can. We've been waiting for something. Did you send her the link? Well, you're frozen. Yeah, good news. You don't have an ugly face on you. You're all you're all smiling. Well, if it's me, if it frees up, I'm like, yes, and you were just dying laughing. You freeze, you're all smiles. I don't know what's going on because you're still frozen. Did you touch something? Yeah, I can hear you perfectly fine. You're not cutting out or nothing, but you are frozen. Yeah, you'd have to email it to her. And then that's an Etsy link is not gonna I mean, that's not gonna give her the pattern to look at, or is it just the picture you need her to look at? I know, right? A graph, okay. CJ can't hear you. CJ can't hear you, she just has the picture. Jeanette, of course, is having all kinds of fun. Refresh, you're gonna end it. It is, it's like when they freeze their pictures so they can go and do something else, and nobody knows what they're doing because their picture's up. Well, unless you're like the one lady, she puts like, there you go, whatever you did, now you're back.
I am back. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, the green screen was
Right.
on Jeanette's live because
Jeanette,
she
yes.
couldn't stop touching buttons.
Right. The longer it stays, the funnier it is. Yeah. Well, I am froze now across
Yes, you are
everyone
fine.
now. Okay.
Yeah. Well, let me take that back. CJ, can you hear her now?
Can you hear me? Welcome to the chat, John. Okay, I am back. I'm golden. Oh gosh. Good deal.
You
Well,
know
like I
that
was
what's that?
saying, since you said it was a graph pattern, like Lenora was saying earlier, it is going to depend like where you're changing your stitches in, because it may be that you do have to change it midstream in that one bobble. So it depends on where you're at on that graph if you have to do it like at the second like double crochet or the third or however.
Shh. Don't mention the Y word. It triggers everything.
Yes, it
All I
does.
can think of is that Penguins movie, where the octopus is calling in and they're having to figure it all out. And he's like, every time a villain calls in, this is what happens.
Just started something now. Oh gosh.
I'm, I'm going to start yelling, Dave!
Oh gosh.
Stitches
Okay, well.
change everywhere. Yes, that's okay. So I'm not really understanding what our problem is.
Nepalese spices. I keep getting the little peep through on my stitch. You mean where
Mm,
you change your color? It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
Um, okay. I don't know how easy this is gonna be able to find, but there are two different methods that they have videos for, but I don't know them well enough to explain to you how to do them. Um, I've seen them on Instagram too, where they did the little shorts showing you how to do the color changes, but um, because like one, hang on, let me grab a. Okay, that's attached. Okay, so you know how to do a regular color change, right, CJ?
What would it be called?
Now, okay, like there's my color change, right? Now, sometimes what I have seen them do is go back. I don't know if you can see this. Go back into this stitch here, and then they pull that up in there like that. And then they go in and make their next stitch. Now, because of the way mine looks, I'm not so sure that's actually how, I mean, that's the way they show it. But I'm not familiar enough with it, but it's supposed to see how you don't have that little peak right down in here. That's what that's supposed to help with. And look for a seamless color change, I think's what it's called. But they pull up the color, but then they also go right back in the bottom post of that stitch and then pull up. But I know there's a second way to do it, but I haven't learned how to do it yet. Well, there may be more than 2 for all I know, but 2 is how many I've seen. Yeah. Yeah, that would work too.
Because that's what I was going to mention. I had seen on some of the patterns that I've been doing for some of the stuff that I've been working on that, yes, it's like an invisible stitch type thing or whatever that
Right.
I was thinking was the back loop.
The back You talking about the back loop on top, or are you talking about the third loop on the back?
Well, that's what I was thinking was the third loop. Yeah, the back
Yeah.
loop would be the
Yeah,
third
I think
loop. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen that one too. But like I said, I don't practice them, so it's hard for me to teach them
Right.
or to explain them because I'm still just like, "Do what?" Hi, Stanley. I got to thinking about that color change now. I don't even know where I'm at. Here we go. Okay.
Hello, Stanley. Sit back. Oh, you use the black loop on top, you don't use the third loop?
He just wants a hug, CJ.
Right. Show him some love. Show him some love.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Lenora, Jonna, and Jeanette. I'll look them. I'll see. I'll have to go rescue the homeless kid. At least it wasn't the stinky kid this time. Well, yeah. Yes. I agree. I'd much rather have it. Yeah. I experimented with it till I find till you find a green screen. Right. Oh gosh.
That's why I said we'll just wait for Jeanette to figure it out, and then we'll learn from her.
Right.
And I know so many people, they just get in there and boy, they just start pushing buttons on this, that, and the other, and it all works out just fine for them. You let me get in there and start pushing some of them buttons, and I guarantee we're gonna have a hot mess in about 5 seconds.
Right. I've had it both ways, so I'm a person that I have to make. I just gotta dive in sometimes on certain things and learn from my mistakes. So then, whenever I do mess up again, then I know how to fix it. But that doesn't always work.
Yeah, I
Not every
function under the
time.
fear factor.
Right.
Don't touch it, you don't know what it's gonna do.
Right. I guess it just depends on how dangerous the subject is at the time, whatever, and
I wouldn't be so afraid to experiment with some of that stuff if I knew I had somebody that could be like, "Oh, well, here's what you did," and
oh,
make my
right,
but it seems
right,
like if I do it, it gets in such a mess that none of us can figure it out, even our so-called
right.
computer whizzes,
Computer,
you know?
right,
So and nobody believes me until they try to fix my mess, and then it's just like, "I don't know what to
right,
tell you, I warned you."
right, right. Next mess will be trying to get 4 people on a live stream. Oh, it's possible, it can be done.
Can you label mine as Dave?
Do what? Label yours as Dave.
That just keeps going through my mind every time a villain calls in.
Oh gosh. Well, oh gosh, yeah.
I'll have to watch it again so I can get the wording correct.
Oh.
Uh, see? There it is. All them computer whizzes, but they don't really know how to fix anything.
I asked a college kid tonight who is a junior in computer science, and he couldn't tell me how to fix it. Oh my gosh. Okay, set my phone down. Reduce the homeless kid in just in time to thinking about how she wouldn't be so worried about experimenting with that stuff. Good night, CJ. Have a good night.
Night, CJ. Okay, I'm up for a funny story.
Oh gosh. Oh, well, I just glitched for a minute and then came back. And now my
Do
time's
what?
starting all over. I said I
Yeah,
blitzed for a second and then it came back and my time's starting all over again.
that's just so we
Which
can
is
tell Sam we don't know what he's talking about. We've only been on here for 10 minutes.
there you go. What are you talking about? Talked to a friend of mine about stockpiling groceries and essentials. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good one.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh gosh.
Alright, I gotta go get a drink of water and I'll be back.
Okay.
Provided I can get off the couch.
Tonight she gave me 60 rolls of toilet paper, 2 huge packages. Oh my god. Oh boy.
Did she not think you were stocked up good enough?
Right. You're gonna be like those couponing people that use their shower to collect all their toilet paper and paper goods.
Yeah, 60 rolls wouldn't. I'm literally sitting here trying to calculate how much I would need for a month, and I'm thinking I can't even remember what I got in the cabinet.
Right. My dad says that's only 2 months. It was a great joke. Well, that's I was just meaning
Well, that's
like if
what
she
I'm
kept
thinking
giving
is
it
that
to her.
might be 2 months around here. I
Right.
It's like, and then where are you gonna stash it? Because you gotta be able to put it somewhere that rodents aren't gonna get into it. Because if you put it out in a shed, you might get mice in it. You know,
Well, that's what I
if you're
said. She'd end
truly
up being like those women that stick it in their shower. And I was watching a couponer thing the other day, and it was an old one from those extreme couponers. And there was a woman that's what she did. I was like, okay, you don't take it. I mean, do you have another tub somewhere? I hope, or shower or something, because that's what she used. She stuffed all of her toilet paper and paper towels and whatever in her shower.
we'll see her next week on Hoarders.
Right, that's what I said. She's gonna end up like the couponing lady with all in her shower. Oh gosh. Oh,
Hello. Yeah, I don't know. I like making sure I have a like a backstock or a stockpile or whatever. Then in the same respect, you start talking clutter stress.
oh, I can't. Yeah, I can't. I mean,
Yeah, because
it's all great and whatever. Some of these people that have a dedicated place and have it all organized. But oh, it would be
not
too much for
everybody has a
me.
big house like that.
Right, and I couldn't do that. Couldn't do that. It would. It would stress me out.
Yeah. Now, if it's a really good deal, yeah, I'm gonna stockpile, but I also know
Yeah.
it's gonna get rotated through, whether it's my house or one of the kids' house, because
Right.
that has come in not just for emergent well, I guess it would be, not just like doomsday situations, but, just little
Right.
hiccups in life. Those have that
Right.
backstock has really, helped.
Right.
At one time, I had, it was over 20 jars of mayonnaise, and my son was having a
Oh
fit, and
my
I'm like,
gosh.
I said, "Well, you get it while it's on sale, and when it has a coupon," because they were having dollar off coupons on them on top of that. Okay, who's not up for that on mayonnaise? We eat a crap ton of mayonnaise.
Oh gosh.
So
Yeah.
so, where it starts from there. Alright.
Right.
Well, it quit going on sale and now, so I wasn't buying it.
Right.
The day that we ran out of mayonnaise, I said, "Well, I wonder whose bright idea this was that we ran out of mayonnaise."
Oh gosh.
Because it wasn't mine.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's not storing enough food for a month is really not a lot of food in the grand scheme of making meals every day
Right.
depending on how many people you're feeding. I mean, yeah,
Right.
it might take up a little bit of space, but in reality, is it really a lot? No, not for as fast as you're gonna go through it.
Right.
And
Because
I huh?
go ahead. Go ahead.
I've always well, not always, but when I think of it, I used to do it every time. But when I'd go and get groceries, I'd always grab a can of something weird, just extra can of tuna or, so just a can of mushrooms, just little small oddball things that maybe you wouldn't use on a daily basis, but once you got so much of it or something like that. And um so yeah, there and I would always catch flack over why are you doing that? And it's like, cause you never know. Or maybe we just want something different for, so you could make up a tuna salad, whatever.
Right.
Well, then the situation happened where there was no job for 3 weeks, and gee, guess who fed everybody out of the cabinet for that
Right.
time frame? And all we had to
Right.
worry about was milk and bread. That was it, and that's just because we went through it so much. But as
Right.
far as the rest of it, "Oh, I think I got something in the cabinet."
Right.
"You're welcome."
Right. Yeah, because I mean, I usually what we'll do is try to do like a month bulk up, and then like your produce and things like that that you have to get, like
Yeah, right.
weekly and stuff. We
Well, and
definitely
if
do
you
that.
you know as well as I, if you get to have we're in a situation where you gotta make your own bread or biscuits or anything like
Hmm.
that, you're gonna go through that flour, and you're gonna go through it fast.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Well, you can't afford powdered eggs now, so, hope you had those. And, yeah, that is a good point because I always think about the powdered milk. I think about the flour, the sugar, the yeast, all of that, but that is a good point to have powdered butter and eggs.
Yeah.
Yep, can't do the peanut butter. Something about powdered peanut butter, you done knocked me out, can't do that.
I
Some
have
things
not
just should not
ever
be messed
tried
with.
that. I just have no desire to even try that.
I get it, if I was real hungry, I'd eat anything, but
Yeah.
I don't
I
know as
mean,
how
if
I
it
would
came down
need
to that, oh yeah, but I mean, like
Yeah.
right now, it's like,
Why would
yeah,
you That doesn't even make sense. The powdered peanut butter. Or are you just saying peanut butter in general? And how can powdered eggs be cheaper than regular eggs? They actually have to go through more processing than just a regular egg.
right, right. That does, yeah, that doesn't make any sense on that.
No, no, you're talking about regular peanut butter. Okay, I can get behind that. Huh. Now I'm gonna have to pay attention and see if where I'm at if it's the same. If the powdered eggs are cheaper than the regular well, yeah, regular eggs. Uh, that's really cheap. $8 because last time okay, let's just let the cat out of the bag. I just go to the farm and get the eggs. But the last time that I was gonna get eggs at the store, it was 9.99 for 18 eggs. And we usually would go to Walmart and buy the box of 60, and those went up to like 29 something. And I said, "Well, I don't need eggs that bad." And
Yeah,
then the chickens started laying more, we're warming up, so they're getting more consistent and everything. So it's just like I'm not even gonna mess with it. Hey, Sweet Notes, how you doing?
Well, thank you, sweet notes. Doing good, thank you. Well, I was trying to remember how much it was at Aldi whenever I got eggs this last time because I couldn't even get like the free range or whatever it was, the organic ones that I was wanting to get, and
Yeah,
just got the regulars. And there wasn't a whole lot of difference in price either way. I mean, yes, the others are usually a little bit more expensive, but really not much right now. But I can't remember how much I ended up paying, if it was like 6, 5 something, maybe close to 6 for just 12. So,
yeah. I don't remember. Like I said, I haven't paid attention here lately.
yeah. Well, and my niece, they have chickens and they have eggs out their ears, it seems like. And so a lot of times I'll just get off of her because she has them pretty reasonably priced.
Right.
So I'd rather support her.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's, I don't know. That gets me going. There's a whole nother rant on that deal. Because that's my daughter in law will sell the eggs too. And
Right.
you can get more money for that. Why don't we just kick the American greed out of the way?
Right. Yeah, I
Because
know.
not everybody can afford to pay that. Yeah,
Right.
maybe 90% of them can, but if that one person can't, and you're trying, she's not doing it to make money. She's, just doing it to get basically the extra eggs, and she's
Right.
made enough to pay for all her feed with some left over. She's happy about it because she's going to have the chickens whether or not she sells the eggs.
Yeah.
And sometimes she's like, "Do you need eggs? Because I got 30
Right.
dozen sitting here because she can't sell them
Yeah.
fast enough."
Yeah.
You know? But it's not about getting the money grab or, "Oh, I worked so hard getting them eggs." I went out there with my apron and I held it together and put all my little eggs in. I have
Oh
got to
gosh.
remember that for the next time I hear that.
Oh
It's just
gosh.
like, what, you walked out there, threw some feed on the ground or in a feeder and then picked up eggs? That had to be very traumatic work.
Right.
Meanwhile, my grandkids are fighting over the job to do it. Oh my
Oh gosh.
god. We're behind.
That's good to know. Hello, Patricia.
Yeah. Okay, so I can't remember. Dang it. I can't show you because it's on my phone. Someone around here swears they have chickens that could grow potentially to 40 inches tall. I said, please, can we get some of those? I want to see if it's true.
Right. Oh my gosh. Never heard that.
Supposed to be a rare breed, and I would tell you what the breed is, but I'm on my
Interesting.
phone, so I can't look it up.
Right, right.
So yeah, But I told my daughter-in-law
Hmm.
about it because she's chicken crazy, and I know we'll have chickens.
Oh gosh. An
Curiosity will get the better
ostrich.
of her.
That's an ostrich, she said.
Yeah.
Oh
That's what I
gosh.
was telling her. I was like, I don't know if I want a chicken that big, but I do want to see if it actually gets close."
Right. Oh, that would be freaky. I would,
Well, yeah, it's over 3 foot tall.
yeah. I wouldn't want that thing
But
chasing me. I'm sorry.
if you look back at the old breeds, they do get big.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
don't think they get no 3 foot tall, but they are big.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
huge compared to the
Yeah.
chickens they have nowadays.
Yeah. Oh, I agree because I remember seeing my grandma and grandpa's chickens, but of course I was a lot younger then too, remembering some of that stuff. But still, they were pretty big chickens. They were.
Well, we
I
were
was
crocheting.
crocheting, but yeah.
It's like,
I
I've been
stopped.
trying for like the last. See, I was gonna go get a drink, and then Jeanette started the story, and I felt like it'd be rude to get up in the middle of the story and go get a drink, and then I never got up, and now my throat's getting dry, and I'm gonna start coughing and hacking, and
Oh
all
gosh.
just because I needed a drink, but I had to hear Jeanette's story.
Oh. So it's all Jeanette's fault if Lenora
It
passes
is.
out here in a
And then
minute.
she you know what she does? She starts talking about powdered things. Well, how do you think that made my throat feel?
Oh gosh. Oh,
Seriously, I am gonna go get a drink now.
okay. Oh gosh. Oh yes, we did eat our grandparents' chickens. I whenever I was really young, I didn't realize that until later. I'm glad I never knew about it when I was younger. Every Sunday. We were never a part of any of that, and I'm glad. We were part of everything else but that. So Whitney, he tells the stories of doing it all the time, but we never had to. Dad used to have some huge chickens with like these really long tails. They were fighting roosters. Oh my goodness. Not for combat or anything, but that was the breed. Uber colorful. Can't find them anywhere nowadays. Oh wow. Oh gosh, I'm gonna start yawning.
Stop that.
Um, oh gosh. Used to be big at country fairs way back when. If you know anyone in California that has them, let me know. Would love to raise a kind of hen someday.
Yeah. Big yummy chickens that chased you around with their heads cut off. Yep, that was my favorite childhood memory.
Yeah, and that's why I said, thank God I never had to do any of that. Never was a part of any of that, and I'm okay with it.
That was the only part we didn't like. We didn't mind dressing the chickens. And we were little.
Yeah.
And But yeah, when it came to that headless chicken part, that don't move, they won't chase you. You lie! It's running right for me, and them things can chase you.
Right. Oh,
I think they told us
I've
that
heard
for
the
entertainment.
stories. I'll have to check out the fairs that haven't been in ages also. No worries, my spell check does that too. Yeah, I'm trying not to, sweet notes. Yes, we climbed to the top of the swing set to get away from them. Oh my gosh.
Well, we were at Grandma and Grandpa's, so there was no swing set. You just ran for your life.
Oh, we had a swing set, but like I said, we never had, that's one thing that they never did whenever we were ever there. I mean, if they did, we weren't outside with them, and no particular reason, I don't think. But I don't ever remember it. I mean, but we did all the other gardening stuff and all the other stuff, but for whatever reason, never anything with the chickens. So I don't know. But
Yeah, well, Mom and Grandma would get anywhere from 50 to 100 each. So when it was chicken dressing time, it was chicken dressing. And
right,
at that time, like I said, we were little, so we thought we were being
right,
big doing what they were doing,
right.
you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. Now Whitney, he talks
And
about that happening all the time. They'd all get together and do the chickens and all that stuff, and he remembers doing it, but we never did. I mean,
yeah,
don't know. I
they
mean,
when they were gonna dress chickens down at my son's, I told the grandkids, I was like, whatever you do, don't let the chicken chase you.
right. Oh
They thought
gosh.
they thought I was making it all up too, and it's like, "Uh-huh, you're fixing to find out the hard way."
Yeah.
I
Like,
think my childhood was a little more brutal than what theirs are, 'cause they just
oh gosh.
it was just a day in the life of. You didn't I don't know, I don't ever remember being like, "Ew, oh," but we grew up with it, so that's what you did to
Right.
get your food, you know?
Right.
We didn't
Right.
become a vegetarian because we suddenly saw where our food came from.
Right. Right. Right.
Oh, yeah, the roosters especially would come after you, but and I told my daughter-in-law, it was like, "You're gonna have to make sure you stand up to the roosters because they will come after you, but you need to be bigger and just clobber them every time you go out there and they start even puffing up, clobber them so that you get your bluff in on them, right?" This one rooster would not leave her alone, and she'd go out with a stick.
Oh
That thing
my.
come after her. She
Oh gosh.
whacked it and knocked that thing out, and she called me and she says, "Well, I didn't really want to, but I guess I'm dressing out this rooster today," and she tells me what happens, and I said, "Well, you're not supposed to hit him so hard you kill him, you know?"
Oh gosh.
And she calls my son and tells him what's going on, and she went to the barn or something to get, so she could dress him out and come back, and that dang chicken had come back to, she just knocked it out, so he come back to
Right.
life and was walking
Oh,
around. I'm like, these are the stories I live for.
right. Oh my
I'm like,
gosh.
my gosh.
Oh,
She's a little more careful since then, but I was like, good gosh.
that would be something that would happen to me, I think.
Right? But she said she'd even poked it and everything. Well, she just knocked it out, but I'm like,
Right. Right. Oh gosh.
it's like, I understand you're afraid, but it's really not that big of a deal. Just
Right. Oh gosh.
Yeah. But I don't know, I just sit back and wait for the stories because some people you can just tell them and tell them and tell them, and they just ain't gonna listen to you until it
Right.
happens, and then you're like It's like, I know you guys came along later and all that stuff was over with, so you didn't get to see all that stuff, the way that I saw it growing up, but, I don't make these stories up for fun, they really did happen. Who can make stuff up like that? I
I
can't.
know. I know. Thank you, Jeanette. We will have a good time. You have a good night.
Good night, Jeanette. She's gonna lay in bed and think about chickens.
Right. She's gonna be dreaming of chickens. Oh my goodness. Oh, here comes Blue again. She's gotta go get her ice.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, he's loading up his water jug, and every time she is an ice dog too. So every time anybody goes to get ice, she has to get her chunk ice.
Yeah.
Well, now that we've set and put it out there, you probably will. You know that, Jeanette.
I'll be tuning in tomorrow just to see.
Right. You have to give
I'll
us an
sit up.
update.
I've been ever since me and you were talking about how we just can't get her notifications, I've been getting her notifications now for
Really?
her when she go yeah. Yep.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
So I was
Well,
like, well, that works.
there's sometimes that I have, and then other times I don't. But the times that it has went ahead and come through, it's not been where I can sit and watch her.
Right.
There was one day I saw it flash up, but it was like, yeah, we were getting ready to go into Menards, I think, that day. And it was like, well, I guess I could have turned it on and just, carried it around in my pocket, but I
Yeah.
didn't.
You've been there.
That's what I was gonna say. People have done it for me, so I guess that's what I should do from now on.
Well,
So,
my thought was I can't really watch it, but I can at least help you get your watch hours,
right, right,
And like this morning, I didn't take my phone outside. We got started burning brush earlier in the morning. So I wasn't really thinking about it. Well, I came in to get a drink or something, and I thought, well, I better check my phone because if I walk away from my phone and I seen it was on, but we had the fire going, and I thought, well, I'm not gonna really worry about it. So then when I took break, then I come in and got it and sat down and chatted with them for a minute or two.
right,
And but yeah, I wasn't even thinking about it, or I probably could have taken it out there and then just turned it on for her.
right. Yeah, that's I've tried to go back in then. Oh gosh. Oh. With different ones of, people that I've been trying to watch and just to kind of help them get hours and stuff too. To just,
Yeah.
even just play it while I'm doing something or whatever, and kind of listen to it along or whatever. Just, with even like on some of Jeanette's, just, to have it, listen to her talk and stuff or whatever while I'm doing something later on.
Right.
So, because even sometimes I'll just put it on my TV and have it playing while I'm just up cleaning or doing whatever, even doing my dishes. I can hear it from the kitchen or whatever too. So,
Yeah.
for background noise, whatever too. So,
Well, and sometimes it beats just sitting there for half an hour trying to find something on TV unless you go to your old standbys.
yes,
At least you can go right there and there's something there.
yes, yes, yes. Oh, that's it. Lenora, you have the absolute most colorful cabinet of yard. I'm jealous.
Yep.
Oh,
I think I've been ready to go back to my worsted weight and doing projects out of it. Yeah, because that's
mhm,
all I used before this fluffy stuff came out.
right.
And I think that's where, because I'm sitting here going, what do I make? What do I make? Well, if you go to the worsted yarn, it takes too much long or too long if you're trying to build up quick inventory. But
Mhm.
sitting there
Yeah.
doing that lantern, I was like, you know what? I think this was the therapy I needed, was to go back to my roots, and
Right.
work with that yarn.
Yeah.
And because I don't know, it just was way more enjoyable to, even though I messed it up and had to rip it all out,
And that's okay.
it was wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that's probably because I haven't been making the food like what I was making the food,
Yeah.
and because it was taking too well. In all fairness, we were way behind after we had that one event, and so it was scramble to make anything for the next event, and I just didn't have time to slow down and enjoy making something more detailed.
Yeah. Well, and I like going back and forth because that's all I was using was just acrylic until
Mhm.
just, the end of this past year,
Yeah.
and then started using some of the other stuff. I mean, yeah, I used it to do like, the blanket, and stuff like that. I'd use the real chunky like that to do the, finger, knitting or crocheting, whatever you want to call it. But I mean, I hadn't done anything else. I hadn't made anything else as far as like the plushies or anything like that. So working with the acrylic, going between the two, it breaks it up for me now.
Right. Right.
And honestly, I wanted to do my Sonic in a plushie, but it's all acrylic. But I didn't have any
You
plushie options,
Yeah,
because
you
if
did.
I would have went
I found
eh,
one. After you got that done, it came up in my feed, a plushy one that
really,
actually looked good, not one that you were just like, "Oh, that's not, I know what you're going for, but that's not it."
yeah,
There was actually one that came up and I thought, "Oh, of course she gets her Sonic done and here's a plush one."
yeah. Well, and that's just it. Everywhere I was looking, though, I didn't have an option, because even going to Joann's and everything, it was just like, well, okay, we're going for acrylic, and I mean, and it is fine, it's fine. He's gonna like it. He isn't gonna care if
I
it's
think it
acrylic or
turned out
plush.
just fine.
Yeah,
I
and I
was
mean,
I was
it
really
is.
expecting horrible for the way somebody kept going on.
Oh gosh, it was. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
I'm
even
not
gonna
many.
show you until I tell you how bad it is.
Well, I'm not good. I'm not enough to make another one real soon. I wouldn't mind making another one, but I think I want to make I want to make shadow, and shadow is basically the same thing. It's just different colors.
Yeah,
So yeah.
and
So
that's what I think it was on Instagram is where I saw it because that's what what it was showing was they had just finished the shadow, making the shadow
mhm,
pattern.
yeah.
And I seen it had more than one picture and I swiped it and it had Sonic on
Hmm.
there too. And they did a
Yeah.
good job. It turned out really nice. And I
Yeah.
was like, "Yep." Yeah. If I come across it again, I'll tell you where to look
Okay.
because it was
Yeah.
done in the plush.
Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't mind doing the shadow eventually because I mean he Gray likes all everything, even tails, and I think there is a tails pattern that I seen, but I
Yeah, I
didn't
think
go
there's
into
patterns
it to
for all
look
of
and
them.
see, what it was
It's
like or
just
anything, but I
yeah.
had seen that they do have one. So,
Well, and something else is sometimes because like my daughter-in-law was looking for a Winnie the Pooh um pattern and she
oh yeah,
couldn't find one that, and so she was asking me if I had one. Well, not a cute I got one, but it's more of a somebody's knockoff version of it.
gotcha. Yeah,
And so I was like, "Well, give me a minute." So I get on Etsy and I looked it up. Well, I pulled up all these little cute little patterns and she's like, "Okay, none of those came up for me." So you got that situation too of, "Hey, I can't find one. What can you come up with?" Because of the way we search different
true.
and what we
Yeah,
look at is
right.
different.
Yeah,
And so I just, told her where it was at and I didn't ask her today if she got it or not, but
yeah,
I was too busy telling her about my driving experience with my new, learner driver.
right. Oh
Let's
god.
just say that there's a reason that the scenes in the movies actually happen.
I'm off for the evening to work on some sticker designs. Thank you for the delightfully wonderful chicken stories and happy yarn talk. Hope you all have a lovely day. Well, thank you, sweet note. You have a good night, and thanks for hanging out with us. You're welcome back anytime.
Good night. People probably watch our lives and are like, "How did we get here?"
It's so random. But it's my life. I mean, I could be talking about a pea salad, and then next thing I know, whatever. I mean,
You notice I
it's such
follow
a
right
broad
along
range.
with you. I just go right wherever we need to go if I don't take you with me.
We drag each other along. It don't matter. It don't matter. We're all
We
over
know
the
how we
place.
got here. We don't know what your problem is.
Right? Stay with the program, people. Come on, catch up.
My entire family talk like that. And only one aunt would just drive me insane because it's the big joke. You got to hit three other conversations before you get back to the first one because you need
Yes.
to know the backstory. But with
Right.
her, you're just like, get to the point. And I know we all talked like that, but there was something about her circles that just didn't flow.
Right. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, and I may have shared this story before, but my dad, I mean, it's always a story. I mean, our whole entire family is the same way. It's a story. You got to have the story to go with it. You got to have the tidbits and the nuggets. And my
That's right.
dad, I remember one time he was that way and he was like, just get to the point. And it was like, okay, you don't have to tell me twice. So that's what I would do. I'd be like, boom, boom, and then nothing. And he would say, well, what about this? What about that? And what did you say? What did you blah, 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 blah,
Well,
blah.
you didn't
And I was
want
like,
those
no, Dad,
details.
you didn't want all that. You just wanted the fact, you wanted the boom, boom. So I gave you the boom, boom. So, bye. Be careful. I love you.
Yeah. And
So yeah,
I
you
don't
can't
know.
have
I
it
don't
both ways. You either want the boom boom or you don't want the boom boom.
don't
So
ask me questions.
right, because you didn't let me tell the story. You didn't want the story. You just wanted, you know,
And my brain says, "Oh, wait a minute. You need to know this piece for what I'm getting ready to say to make sense."
right. Because there is, yes, there is that. Because it's not going to make sense if I don't tell the whole thing. I'm trying to save you from, analyzing and overanalyzing what I'm trying to tell you. I'm just trying to give it to you all at once.
Yep. And then everybody says, "Well, I didn't want to get stuck talking to you." Well, excuse me, but I listened to your stories and you were family, so your story went just
Right.
the same way mine did. 4 hours later is not my fault.
Oh, gosh. Well, I know about Joyce Whitney crazy sometimes because his family was not like that. I mean, they weren't like hang around, talky chatty, whatever, the long goodbyes. There was nothing like that. If anything, it was just kind of like you just kind of quietly left, even, sometimes it wasn't even like a goodbye. Sometimes it was just kind of like, yeah, we're out of here. And so, but that doesn't happen at with my
Oh, that
side.
that bothers me. That annoys
Yeah.
me. You better say goodbye before you go. I may not
Yes.
necessarily need the conversation before you go, but you better tell me you're
No, but
leaving.
yeah. So, and it did bother me because it was like, well, what do we do? It was like unfinished. It was like, no, I can't do that. I mean, and
That to
it's
me
the mannerly,
signals somebody's
respectful thing.
mad. Yeah, and they stormed off because they didn't say proper
And
goodbyes.
yeah, and so anyway, it was just the whole unfinished thing or whatever, too, all that kind of stuff. But I know that Whitney, he'll stay, and now, I mean, we'll have been married. Yeah, July the 1st, 30 years. Oh, geez. That's like a lifetime. And he'll be
For
standing at the
some
front
kids, it
door.
is.
Yeah, I know. But he'll be standing at the door and he won't say a word, but you can tell he's like, okay, this is the third time you've said goodbye and we're still standing here talking. And it's like, yes, it's the long goodbye, you know? So yeah, because you
If you
just
had been
start
more chatty in the house, I wouldn't have to stand and talk to you at the door because now you remember everything you want to tell me, or now
right.
you
And
feel that
right.
you're going to start talking. Because have you ever had that where you're visiting with somebody and they're just like, yeah, you're talking, but you're not really talking. But then when you go to leave, suddenly they remember all these
Yeah.
things and
Yeah.
stories.
Yes.
And it's like, my daughter, they can't, they think I'm bad. She'll sit here and not say nothing. Or she'll, tell a little story here or there. But as soon as you say it's time to go,
Right.
she's got a whole life story to tell you. And it's just like,
Right.
we sat on the couch in silence for how long?
Right.
And you
Right.
didn't say anything. But now that we're out the car, I'm standing in the rain, freezing, whatever the weather's doing.
Right.
Now you suddenly remember all the things you could have been telling me while we were sitting inside, dry, warm,
Right.
whatever.
Right. Yeah.
And
Because I mean,
it,
but sometimes it is just the fight of the conversation, kind of, because it's like somebody will start a conversation, but then somebody like it comes in from the other
yeah.
room just randomly and talking about something, and I'm like, hold it, wait up, just a second here, I'm not done. And
Right?
then it gets sidetracked, and then it's like, okay. Then it's like one of those things. It's like, oh, well, we were talking about blah blah blah, and it's like, no, you checked out of that already. That conversation, I guess, was better than mine. It's like I'm ready to go. Ready to go. So that
Well, I just
happens
figured
too sometimes.
yeah. Well, I just figure if she's sitting there being quiet, she just needed some downtime from family life, and I'm just because the kids are outside playing or, whatever.
True, that's
That's
true too.
fine.
Yeah.
Sit there
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
get your peace and quiet for a minute,
Mhm.
It's not I
That
don't
too.
think
I get
about
that. Yeah. Yeah.
it.
Oh boy. Yeah. It's so funny. And the difference in families and stuff, it just about drives me crazy. Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
But
my daughter had this one friend, and in a crafty family or even an older fashioned family, everybody has a craft that they do of one
right. Yeah.
sort or another. Nobody, or
Right.
they have multiples that they do, right?
Mhm.
So here's this friend. Well, they know I crochet, but they didn't understand the level of what we make until they come out to one of the events we were doing, and then they were just blown away by how much we had. We were
Right.
sitting there going, "Oh man, we're running low," and they were blown away by how much was there. Okay.
Oh, right.
So then it was like every time this person showed up, um, somebody else was talking about something they made or that, something else. So then we go over to my son's, and me and the other daughter-in-law got to talking, and she sews. And so she's asking, because she's familiar with it, but yet she's still learning, so we're discussing different things, and she's showing me something she'd made, and they were like, "Wait a minute, what? You sew too?" And he's like, "How many things does this family do?" Just like I'm like, because in my world, we just did what we, generations have done.
Right.
So I was just kind of like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, "Well, you crochet, she crochets, she does this, she does that. What else do you all do? You got all this." And I'm just like, that's the way all the families used to be. You knew how to embroider, you quilted,
Oh,
or,
yeah. Yeah.
so he didn't grow up that way. So I couldn't understand why he was, so blown away by it. Because there
Right.
wasn't, I guess, nobody crafty in their family, where to me, like me and you, it's
Oh,
everyday
yeah.
thing. Well, what do you want to
Oh,
work
yeah.
on?
Right.
Do you want to
Right.
make a tea towel today? Okay, we'll make a tea towel today. Or, I feel
Right.
like doll clothes today.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't, I don't know, but yeah, the differences between the family, you know, sometimes just kind of makes me sit there and think, man, that had to really suck growing up like that.
Yeah.
you know,
How
because they were,
boring.
yeah,
Honestly, how boring. It just, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because really, Whitney's family and stuff, no, there was nothing like that. There was no, it was just all about farming and stuff, which that was their thing, and that's fine.
yeah,
But I mean, no, really no creativity, no nothing, no, it was just, and they're not real close or anything either, and it just, yeah, it's just a totally different world,
yeah, you know what? And
totally
the way
different
you're,
world.
yeah, because that's the way my grandpa's. Well, they got together, but they weren't as close as my like the way my grandma's side of the family was. Of
Right,
course, we all lived pretty much in one town, but it wasn't
right,
nothing for
right,
somebody to just randomly pop in and visit for a little bit. You didn't call anybody. You just showed up. If they were home, they were home.
right, right, yeah,
If they were busy doing something, well, odds were you either sat there and chatted while they worked or you jumped in and you helped, you know?
right, right, yeah,
And but yeah, my grandpa's side didn't really do that much. Of course, we weren't really around them a whole lot. It was more grandma's side of the family, and
yeah,
they all played instruments and everything. So it wasn't nothing for the weekends to go over to an aunt and uncle's house, and they'd be, playing music and the cousins running crazy.
Right. Right. And I miss that so much because even by the time that our kids were a little bit older even, it got fewer and fewer on getting together like that for those types of things and reunions and things like that. Because that was always the highlight of our summer was that we would go to our family reunions and get-togethers like that and stuff, and all of us cousins would get to see each other, and, those were the times that, we might, afterwards go to their house and spend the night, or they would come to our house and spend the night and get to hang out a little extra and stuff
Yep.
like that, but my kids didn't get that, because
Hello.
there just wasn't that much of a close connection with some of those on the other side, as it was with
Right.
me and
Well,
stuff, so
there was
hello,
like
Isaiah.
on the other side, there wasn't on like grandma's side, you had like 100 cousins. And on grandpa's
Yeah.
side, we had two.
Oh, wow, yeah.
You
Yeah,
know, so it was just night and day.
yeah.
We're good. How are you doing?
Well, in my dad's family, they're not here at all, none of them. I mean, my dad moved here, so it's like I didn't know any of my
It,
cousins until I got to be an
yeah, that
adult,
makes a
is now
big
that
difference
we're
too.
there, now that we're adults, we do see each other more and make times and plan for travel to do things and stuff, and so that does make it nice. Now, some of the cousins more so than others, but that's fine too. Schedules don't always match up and whatever, but, that's the thing, my mom's side then, of course, I had all my cousins and everything, from which there's a lot more of them than on my dad's side. So yeah, it was kind of similar to what you were saying with
Uh-huh.
yours. So,
Yep.
but
And I've watched through the generations, the newer generations, they don't know anybody in the family. They weren't around. It
Mhm.
was kind of
Yeah,
like our generation was the last generation to be around each other.
yeah,
And that's one thing I always made my kids, they didn't get the option to opt out of family events. No, you're going because you're going to know who your family
right.
is. And
Yeah,
I think a lot of them fell out of the family because, "Well, I don't wanna go." So the parents didn't make them go.
right.
They
Yeah,
don't know who their cousins are,
yeah,
you know, which
yeah.
I will be making a point of at reunion time.
Right.
'Cause, yeah, I'm looking at our family and I'm just like, "Well, you all got a choice. You can sit around and say, 'Boy, I sure miss that. I miss seeing people.'" But nobody wants to take the effort to invite people over. Whether it's 1 cousin, 2 cousins, or maybe a little barbecue, they don't have to have the whole swarm show up
Right,
and,
right,
and but the generation that's the oldest generation now, when they're gone, they are the last generation that knew every single cousin and their children. Once
right.
that's it.
Yeah,
Once they're gone, nobody will have, the next generation does not know that.
right.
And I'm gonna be pointing it out.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
why are we having a family reunion if you all don't know your cousins and won't show up to know your cousins? You know?
Right, right,
That don't make no sense to me. I can spend that money somewhere else instead of sitting under a shelter house waiting to see if you all remember when it is.
right, right, right.
Now my kids, they know more of their cousins. In fact, they know more of their cousins on a different branch than I do. Why? Because they went to school with them. Did I know they was going to school with them? No, because I didn't know that side of the family.
Oh, yeah.
Kinda
Well,
one of
that's the
those.
thing. I mean, a lot of the kids that my sons went to school with, they were all related to because, I mean, we're related to half of the county. I mean, It's just the way
Yeah,
it is, trickled
yeah,
down because it's a small community, and I told them, whenever they were in school and stuff, it was like, "Yeah, you may wanna ask me because you may be, that might be a cousin." I mean, because it's true. I mean, we just everybody's
yeah,
related to
that
everybody practically.
yeah. Well, we aren't in that town, but we're in a town where some of them, drifted off to,
Mhm.
and but because I didn't know, because it was great grandma's sister's branch, so my aunt's branch. Well, we weren't
Mhm.
around them. They were around a particular part of the family, but we ourselves weren't around them a lot. My mom knew
Yeah,
all of them, but they were never around that I remember, and so then, come my son's graduation, I'm like, "Wait a minute, I'm recognizing these last names and everything," and I'm
right,
like, "I did not know these people lived in Pleasant Hill, but they had lived here longer than I had," and it was just like,
right,
but I couldn't have picked them out of the crowd because I didn't, like, grow up with them or, knowing who they were and everything.
right, right,
I might have seen a few of them at, like, the family reunions or whatnot, but not enough that I talked to them, or knew who they were, you know?
right, right.
So, yeah, that's and there was quite a few of them. Because I said something to my son about, "I didn't know you went to school with so and so," and he's like, "Well, yeah," and I'm like, "That's your cousin, just so you know, that's your
Right,
cousin."
right. Yeah, there was a couple that I had to tell Seth and Sam that too. It was like, yeah." And then I'd have to
Right,
explain how, and whatever. And granted, a lot of them it was way down the line, and some of them were a little bit closer, so, it just depended, so but
right.
again, it's because we weren't having reunions and we weren't, doing all the family things that used to happen before, and, so they didn't know. They had no clue.
Yep,
So,
nope. We've always had a family reunion, and I can't tell you how many of my generation I hear say, "I hated going to the reunion. I never wanted to go to the reunion," and I'm
oh,
like,
I loved it. I loved it.
"We did." Yeah, we always looked forward to it, but I guess that's a matter of what do you wanna get out of it, you know?
Yeah.
Because we always got real excited about it and seeing everybody and what have you, and there's so
Yep.
many of just my generation that was just like, we hated going to it, and
Yeah.
a lot of them were the ones that didn't really show up for get-togethers and things, they weren't made to be a part of the family, so to speak. And it's like,
Right.
well, that
Right.
that was your loss.
Right.
Right there. And they're also the
Right.
same ones, "Well, I don't see so and so," and it's like, "Well, I don't know what to tell you. Make the time,
Right.
make a plan, whatever." We used to do, fish fries here.
Oh, yeah, we did too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we'd have 67 people in our yard,
Oh, wow.
and we don't you know, and they'd be like, "Well, how many people did you have show up?" "Well, we had this many people." And then they'd be blown away, and it's like, "Why? That's not even half the family. I don't," just because you didn't show up didn't mean nobody else showed up.
Right, right. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember we would have it at my grandma and grandpa's. They would have fish fries, they because they did. They had a big pond that, and people
Yeah.
would get together and go fishing and stuff, and we'd have big fish fries and stuff like that, and, you know,
See
again,
when
that was, you know
Yeah, and see when I guess when my mom was little, they would do that on well, I guess both sides, but I think it was more on my grandpa's side that they would do the fish fries. But when I was growing up, I don't remember them ever having fish fries. Because 'cause they're
Oh, yeah.
older then. I remember different ones going out, always fishing,
Right.
but I don't remember doing the fish fries the way that when my mom was growing up.
Yeah.
And I kind of got pushed into doing the fish fries. But, there again, if somebody doesn't make the effort to have a get together for a family to come and just relax and whatnot, well, then you're not going to learn who them,
Right.
grow up with your cousins or
Right.
whatnot.
Right.
I mean,
That's one thing that I don't like about the kids living so far away is that, I mean, Gray and Everly, I mean, aren't gonna get to know, like my sister's grandkids and stuff like that. I mean, because I mean, all of them are here. Seth is the only one that's away.
but they
So
can
whenever we
still.
do have get-togethers and stuff, we always invite everyone so they have an opportunity. But then, like this weekend, I don't know if any of them are coming. They haven't let me know. Although I put out to ask, hey, need a head count because, for food and stuff like that. So again, it's one of those things. It's like you can
You're
invite
one
him,
of
but
those people, huh? Gotta have a head count before you know how to cook food.
I just kind of like to be a little prepared.
I have a name for those people. They're called micromanagers.
But the thing is, we cook for an army, so it doesn't really matter because we have more food than we have sent sometimes. So, but the thing is, we're getting pizza. We're ordering pizza. So it's like, well, I guess however many pizzas we have and whoever shows up and whatever. So,
Well, yeah. I mean, pizza's always good the next day too,
oh yeah, I know.
even for
And
breakfast.
it could ride in a car to
Yep,
vacation. We can eat it on
yep,
the way. So,
that's right.
so yeah.
Put it in a coolers or one of them soft-sided coolers, so
Yes.
it doesn't take up as much room. Yep.
Yes. So yeah.
Whitney
But
needs food when you leave. Gotta make sure he has some.
I know. Oh my gosh. Well, I did the whole Aldi thing this past weekend, even thinking that we were gonna be stocked up, get everything stocked up. Well, I had to do another Aldi order today because the stuff that I had gotten for them to have while I was gone, they were eating on it already. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess yeah. So I did another Aldi order today, and it was like, there's only three of us in this house, and you would think that we had 10. It's like, where are you guys packing it? I don't know.
In their
So,
waistline.
well, yeah. Which, in a way, I'm glad that it's happening again because Whitney was to the point there for a while. He was hardly eating anything just because he didn't feel good.
Right.
And so now his appetite has gotten back and whatever. And so it's like, okay, you just keep eating, go ahead because you don't need to be losing no, which he
Right.
has gotten some of that weight back now, thank God. But yeah, he was losing weight like crazy there for a while. So, and he really, where he was at, he didn't need to be losing anymore. So,
I don't know, but after my muscles started hurting, I was just like, so help me, I better lose weight this summer. But I haven't been able to go outside and do all the work that we've been doing. So it's kind of nice to be able to go outside and do all
yeah,
the things that we've been out there doing, even though
yeah.
my body is like, shame on you, go sit on the couch.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I mean, this winter, I mean, it was starting to really get to me. And I think it's because of the whole retirement thing though too, of me not working and I'm so used to working through, and not really thinking that much about winter or anything, because I was always on my daily in and out and doing and whatever. And now that I was at home, it was just like, okay, this is different. I mean, and yes, years ago, whenever the kids were really little, There was a time that I did not work and that I was at home, but I had them to focus on though too, you know. So this winter was a little bit, yeah, I was ready for it to be done. I was ready for it to be done. It was a little different for me this year. So
Well,
oh
you know, you retired right before winter, so you were making your
yeah.
adjustment during winter when, you
Yeah.
know, vitamin D crashes and all that other fun stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I kept thinking, "Oh, but it'll be the holiday. I have all the holidays, you know, and stuff," which, yeah, I did fine during that, you know, but then it was after that, it was the holiday letdown then. And, you know, then I did but then, of course, I was crocheting and doing things I love to do, but still, it was different, you know, and it was just kinda like, I'm not
Right.
I mean and it was like I was living that movie Groundhog's Day every day for I don't know
I
how
know.
long. And it
Yep.
finally I got out of that. I mean, finally I got past all that, but it was just like there for a while it was like, "Okay, no, I don't wanna keep no, I can't keep doing that." I was like, "Ugh." But then like I was telling Cindy today, I think it was today, I was telling her, it was like, from the day I was born, I've had the same amount of seconds, minutes, hours, days, everything as what I do now. But where has it gone? Because every day I said I was talking to her at 8 o'clock this morning. I said, in an hour it's gonna be 3 o'clock already. It seems like there's some of those days where it does just go so fast. And it's like, where did my day go? I haven't even got half of what I wanted to get done yet. And it's like somebody turned the clock up or took some hours out or something. I don't know. So
And then
that
there's
part I
other
don't like.
days that you think it's 3 o'clock and it's 9:30 in
Yeah.
the morning.
Yes. Yeah. And those days I don't complain because it's like, okay, yeah, this is good. This day it's like it's slowing down and I'm okay with that. Except if it's like a day of like I feel like it's drudgery. I don't like that either, but yeah, I think it was whenever I was at work though, it's like, okay, I'd rather be doing something else sometimes, or I have other things that I need to be doing. And so those days it did seem like your days were longer to me anyway, because
Right.
it's like, okay, I wish I was at home able to do this, this, and this or whatever. And then it did seem like my days were just like, oh, okay, is it ever going to end? But
Well, and it may not have been as fast paced in the shop either on those days.
well, sometimes, but then other days it was like, yeah, I mean, it would go really fast, but if this is what it boiled down to, it was the clients that were like my one clients that were just kind of they
Needed to
just kind of
find a happy pace.
and so those were the days that it was like I loved him, I really did, but it was like it was almost like they were just taking everything out of you because they were a little more needy, and that's okay. God bless them, and yes, I loved every single one of them, but there were those days where it was a little more trying than others. And even though my
Right.
day was still as fast paced and everything and whatever, there was just kind of like there were some of those days where that came into play a little bit more. And and I make and I feel terrible saying it like that, but it was just, and I don't mean anything ill by it, but it was just the way it was, you
No,
know.
I know what you're
Yeah.
saying. You're just like, sometimes you just want to say, maybe you should try something different.
Well,
Some days those words come out.
it was a good thing that my head was down a lot of times because they were talking to the top of my head, and so I would just be like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah," and just go on. So, yeah.
Well, we were watching something, and I don't remember what it was, but the person on there said if you always do what you've always done, you're always gonna get what you always got. And that has
Yeah,
just stuck in my head. So
and
when
that
I
is
have
true.
those days, I'm like, well, if I keep choosing this path, that's what I'm going to get,
Right.
and so those are those people that I want to say that to.
Yeah, I
And it's
know. Yeah,
is
yeah,
that I mean that's it exactly.
yeah, yeah. And I had a sprinkling of those, and it seemed like they were always the ones that landed in the same week, sometimes the same day, every 2 weeks or so, whatever. And then I would just know I just have to pray myself up, get all ready. And as soon as I walked in, then I did my thing. But then it was a good thing on my drive home. Then I had a little bit of that time to kind of be like, okay, come
Decompress.
down, and
Yeah.
yes, yes.
And see that's
So,
yeah. That was my whole thing about starting to do events is because I find those people
yeah. Oh, yeah.
and and it's not anything against them, but at a certain point I lose my tolerance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once I'll listen, twice I'm gritting my teeth. Third time I probably have some harsh advice.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
kinda like that
Yeah.
lady at the event last year, and she come in and you knew something was wrong, but she wasn't putting it out to everybody. She was keeping it to herself, and I had said something to her, and, um, she had some comeback kinda like, well, she was just having a day, and she just needed to get out. Okay. Well, don't think I'm gonna pry into that because I know where them conversations are leading. So I just,
Right.
went on with something else, whatever she was looking at. Next thing I know, I'm telling you, it's all coming out. I'm getting it, and of course you want to play the oh wow, oh my.
Yeah.
Can't you do something about that? And the whole time I'm just like, she just needs somebody to vent to, because that's really
Yeah.
it wasn't she was coming at me or anything. She just
Right.
needed to vent and be able to like organize her thoughts. I'm okay with that as long as I acknowledge to myself that that's all that person needs.
Right.
The next day she comes back and I'm just like, "Uh-oh."
Oh gosh. Yeah.
and and of course, first thing out of her mouth was just something kind of nasty negative, and I just looked at her and I said, "And why wouldn't you say that?"
Right.
Just like,
Yeah.
I was here for you when you needed somebody to vent to. I'm all for it. I totally understand that, but you're not gonna come back the second day with a nasty
Mhm.
attitude,
Right.
and, because that just tells me that's how you address your day every day,
Yeah.
you
Right.
know?
That's
I
it.
don't have
Yeah, where she comes from all the time. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And she kinda just looked at me and I thought, "Well, I already heard your spiel, so I'm ready for you if you wanna keep going," but
Yeah.
it was like it did nothing to help her. She was still in the negative zone, and it's like, "I can't
Right.
go there with you. I cannot stay
Right.
in the negative zone with you because I got low tolerance," you know?
Yes. Yeah.
And I couldn't tell you if she ended up buying what she was looking at or if she, walked out of the booth because I
Right.
immediately put my focus on the other people that were in the booth because I was like, I know if I focus on her, things are going to come out of my mouth and my PR person is not here.
Oh gosh. Right.
Like
Oh
I'm trying
my.
to be nice to you. I don't want to be mean to you because your problem is not my problem.
Right, right. Yeah.
It's just like so yeah, I get it because have encountered it and it does. It's not that the people are bad, but just the
No.
situation itself just starts drawing, pulling it out of you, and you can feel
Yeah.
yourself coming down,
Yeah.
and and if you're like me, it's like, dude, I'm doing everything I can be positive today, and you're not helping me by much.
Yes. I had those days, yeah, and,
Uh-huh.
I would and sometimes I'd have to say, I'll be right back,"
Yeah.
and just go in the back for just a second and just be like, "Okay, now
Yep.
I can go back," because sometimes you just need that break in there
Right.
and just, like,
Right.
get them off of that track and hopefully whenever you do come back, then they, are onto something else, in their head that they wanna talk about or something. So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. 'Cause
Yep.
it does kinda drag you down a little bit whenever there are some people that just do wanna focus on the negative all the time, and you're trying to
Yeah.
lift them up.
They're not just working out a problem, it's an
Yeah.
everyday
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you're just like, "Okay, well, I can't do this every day," type of
Right.
thing. I know that's
Right.
what's normal for you. That's what you've probably lived your life for years like, but I can't go
Yeah.
there with you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Not to say that I don't have my days where I'm just like,
Oh, everybody yeah, everybody
but
does,
the next
but
you know, you can't stay there.
no. No.
I got my friend that has the shop, she has regulars that come in, and they're basically just regularly coming in to gossip's what it is. Well,
Yeah.
then she gets going on about it, and I'm just like, "You know what? I've heard enough of your all's conversations to know you lead them in that direction and you bring it upon yourself. I don't wanna hear it."
Right? Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And he's like, "Do you hear that one guy talking about this?" "Yes, and I heard you ask this question, so I think that gave him permission to talk openly."
Right? You just opened it up right there on your own.
Right. I'm like,
Yeah.
if he was making you uncomfortable and you didn't wanna be talking with him, why were you asking
Right.
questions? Keep the polite
Right.
talk and they'll move on, It's just
Right. Oh my
oh my
gosh.
god.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or I just like harassing her about it because
Oh gosh, yeah. And I mean, I know there's times that I've stuck my foot in my mouth, because it's like, okay, Jonah, what just came out of your mouth? It's like you didn't want to be in this situation, but you
"Hi,
certainly put
Callie."
yourself there.
Right? It's like as soon as you ask the question, you're like
Exactly. I just opened up a can of worms right there. You can't blame anybody but yourself, John Lee Clark. Yeah. Yep.
Life
Hey,
lessons
Callie.
101.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, Lou,
Yeah.
over there living
I
your best life.
I learned a long time ago I would not be well as a rehab therapist.
A rehab therapist.
'Cause yeah.
Oh. Oh, goodness.
Or I'll be down at the shop with her and somebody'll come in, well, I go to the other room. If if there's certain ones, I just leave
Yeah.
her, I go to the other room. And then she'll be like,
Right.
"Thanks a lot," and I'm like, "It's your regular, not mine."
Right.
I was
Right.
like, "You already know I don't like that person, so I'm not sticking around where I have to
I
bite my tongue
right.
off because
Not getting sucked in.
yeah, yep. There was yeah. Well, I'm not gonna go there. There was one person that come in that well, I didn't hold it in. I try to
Okay.
because it's not my place of business, but when a preacher comes in and starts trashing a candlelight vigil for 2 teenagers and how it was done, I've got very low tolerance, and I blew up
Yeah.
on him.
Yeah.
That's not That's not whoa. If that was a
Right.
problem, why didn't you step up and say, "Hey, we can't, this is what's going on," because it was a fixable thing. But no, instead, he's going around town doing the gossip thing. And,
Yeah.
I was just like, "Oh, oh, oh, oh," and I
Yeah.
knew I got a little loud because my friend and her dad were just looking at me, and I'm like, "I ain't no, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no." A normal person, I'd probably been just a little, but for his place in society, that was not okay. And I just was
No, I agree
basically,
with
"So
you.
what?" Yeah, I was like, "So what? You just went so that you could run down the, what do you call it? Ceremony or whatever, run it down and, spread gossip?" And he just kind of looked at me like, I'm like, "Oh, I bet you hardly ever get talked like that because everybody shows you respect, but no, that was not cool."
Right.
And they were two teenagers from the same family. That was not okay.
Yeah.
So no. So
Yeah.
anytime he comes in the shop, I politely say my how do's and then I walk away because I'm just like,
Right.
"Don't, you've got your first strike again already, so I will be a little louder next time."
Right. Oh gosh, a semi just blew a tire on the interstate. It made Luna jump because she had gotten off the couch and sat down here beside me, and that just went off, and she just like darted in front of me and about took out the phone because
I
it was pretty
wondered what
loud.
I wondered what happened.
Yeah, it was like kaboom. Because that is one thing that we can definitely hear is whenever they blow a tire.
Yeah.
That was loud, wasn't it, sis? It was loud.
Maybe I shouldn't have drank that Sprite.
Oh gosh.
I have no idea what time it is, but I was just sitting here
Oh
thinking,
gosh.
man, I
Yeah.
last
It's
time,
almost quarter after two.
yeah, I figured it had to be getting because there ain't
Yeah.
nobody on here. I mean, there's people on here, but nobody's
Right.
talking, and we're
Right.
just
Yeah. But
rambling
yeah.
on about all kinds of stupid stuff. They're probably laughing at us, but then it
Jumping
dawned
in
on
all
me,
kinds of rabbit holes.
yeah, I drank that Sprite last time. When was I don't know, one of the times we were on here, I had a Dr. Pepper while we were on here. I did not go to bed till 4:30 in the morning. I
My
was just like,
gosh.
"Let's not do that again."
Oh gosh. Caffeine doesn't affect me like that. It doesn't affect me like that
And if
at
I
all.
drink it on well, I can drink coffee all day long. I had a
Yeah.
cup of coffee and
Yeah.
no. But if I quit drinking, like, the pops for a long period of time and then I drink them, it's just like, bzzz.
Oh gosh. Yeah. But you see, well, I'm not a soda drinker though, so I don't drink soda.
Yeah,
But it may affect
and
me like that if I did drink it. I don't know. But as far as like coffee, caffeine that way doesn't affect me. I mean, I can drink.
yeah, no.
I mean, I drank these 2 cups and I could very easily go to bed just fine.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I can do the same with the coffee, but
yeah,
and I used to be able to do the same with the pop, but then I got away
yeah.
from drinking it all the time,
Gotcha. Yeah.
and because I used to be one of those people that had to have a pop a day,
Oh wow.
and
Yeah.
I was just like, "I gotta quit drinking that because it's packing your weight on too." And the one time I quit drinking pop, I was good friends with our neighbor at the time, and, um, her husband was gonna go up to the gas station and get him something to drink, and he wanted to know if I wanted something, and I kept telling him, "No, I'm good." Well, here you come bringing a Pepsi. Well, it's in the house, so, I gotta drink it.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I was up till them kids got on that bus.
Oh my god.
And I was
Oh,
just like
jeez.
I hadn't been up. So, yeah, so when we did that, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't be drinking pop that late at night," and I
Yeah.
hadn't had one since then until tonight, and I had one of them little junior,
Oh, yeah, the
like a
little
kid's
minis
meal
or
cup.
whatever, yeah. Yeah.
So it wasn't like I had a full Sprite, it was just a little Sprite, but I'm like, "I'm
Right.
rambling on, it's gotta be that pop, that's the only thing I've had."
You're all jacked up on sugar.
I'll be like, "Ryan, I'm waiting for my Sprite to kick in."
That's what I was saying. Oh
Well, at least I
gosh.
know you ain't going to sleep back there.
Oh gosh. Oh.
It killed me.
Oh. Well, I probably should get off of here because I need to get up and make that cake. Because I was going to bake my cake tonight. Well, I didn't end up doing it, but I'm just going to bake them tomorrow and then decorate them probably later in the evening
Yeah.
and hope for the best. I still
I
don't know
think
for sure how I'm going to do it yet, which face I'm going to do, but I'll get it figured out.
sometimes you
So,
gotta start doing it before it clicks with you too. You know what I
yes,
mean? You
yes.
you can sit and
I
think
am
about it, you
better
can't work it
sometimes
out.
just diving in, you know?
Yep.
So, and so if I overthink it too much, then yeah. So, so, but I bought extra cake mix just in case I screw anything up.
Well, there you go. You
So,
got insurance.
yeah, yep. And it'll get 8. Cake will get 8. I mean, it isn't like it's going to go to waste. So, you know,
Oh, see, here it would. It's like cake's great on the first go around, but after that, we're done with it.
yeah.
And then my
Oh,
one
Whitney,
son
he'll eat
tried.
on it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I got one son that'll well, here, that'll eat on it,
Yeah.
but it's cake is a lot when there's only one of you.
Right. True.
And
But yeah,
but yeah,
yeah, it'll be gone. It'll be
I'm just
gone
like,
before I even get back. So if
well,
there's any
that'll I
left,
mean, at least it
you
won't
know.
be going to waste.
No.
'Cause here, we just kinda got away from doing cakes, we've gone to the ice cream cakes or
Oh
brownies because 'cause
yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
"I don't want no cake for my birthday, all know I don't like cake."
Yeah.
I don't mind cupcakes, but for some reason, just that overall cake thing,
Yeah.
I don't know, just my weird little quirky thing.
Yeah.
But I
Well,
have noted, and that's kinda why I was like, "I'm not doing cakes anymore," because, yeah, everybody's excited to have cake and ice cream, but then nobody eats it after that, so if there is anything left over, then it's just left over, you know?
right. Yeah.
And even the grandkids, they might come and have it for snack one day, but then after that, it's done, they don't want that cake.
Yeah. Well,
My poor legs.
I think we're gonna end up having like around 22 maybe here. So it'll get 8.
That'll be cool. That'll be
Yeah.
fun.
So yeah, it'll be nice. So
So buy enough pizza for 25,
yes, that's the plan.
30, just in case.
That's the plan. So yeah, because we could potentially have 3, 4, 5, 6, no, 2, 4. We could and potentially have 6 more on top of that. So possibly. So and there was 2 extra that were ended up being in that mix there too. So yeah. So I was thinking between 25 and 30, feeding, and, because some of those in there are heavy eaters, and that's okay too. So yeah.
Well, and if you're the type of person that doesn't get pizza very often, you become a
Yeah.
heavy eater because you
Yes.
don't get that very often. It's a
Yes.
special treat.
Yes. Yes. And and where we're ordering it from, it's a hometown place that everybody enjoys, and so it's
Right?
yeah. Hello. Okay, well, I think I am gonna get off for tonight.
Yep.
Head to bed so I can get up and get that done. I actually don't have a whole lot to do tomorrow. I want to get all my packing finished probably tomorrow, and I pretty well got everything done. I think that I was wanting for sure to get done. So yeah, get ready for
Well,
the crazy.
you got all day tomorrow because
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about breaking schedule.
that's
So
right. That's right.
that now you gotta
Yeah.
be you gotta be truthful that gives you that downtime that you don't have to worry about. Gotta do,
Yeah.
and you can focus on something else.
Oh yeah,
We
it
got the
does.
sore muscles
Yeah.
to prove it, but
Right. And I'm
it
okay with that.
right, I
Yeah.
know. I was like, yeah, but it just took something off your plate to not be stressing over or
Yeah.
feeling obligated.
Excuse me. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, because it left it's left my days open to where it's one less thing that I do have to try to plan
Right.
for or so yeah.
Yeah. And
But
you already
but I
have it
miss it. I miss it too at the same time.
well,
So
I get that, but I think
yeah.
because we got the habit of every
Hmm.
day, this is our
Right.
time to sit down and do this,
Right. Right.
but then
Yeah.
we weren't getting necessarily other things
Right.
accomplished, so that,
Right.
kinda has a reverse effect of it. I mean, we're still sitting down and crocheting, whether it's on whether
Oh
you're
yeah.
on or, we're still
Yeah.
doing it,
Right.
but we're not fixated on watching for the notification to come up or, it's just
Right.
we'll have war stories when we meet back up.
Right. Right. Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah.
So, I I don't know. I think you setting a schedule and for the most that's why I said
Yeah.
Sundays are free. If you don't wanna do a Sunday, you don't have to do a Sunday.
Right,
You
right,
did the
right.
last Sunday because of whatever happened but it gives you
Yeah.
that flexibility that you can
Oh,
throw
yeah.
in there. But
Right.
in the meantime, your mind is on that's your Monday, Wednesday thing, and everything else
Yes.
fits in there.
Yes. Yes. Because I definitely needed to get some kind of schedule for me. I really instead of feeling like I was all over the place, and really I wasn't that all over the place, but still,
No,
it was making me feel that way a little bit, of just trying to do that balance is what it was,
right?
of doing this and then still doing stuff here to get finished with things that I'd been pushing off, but mainly a lot of that stuff was because of Whitney and being sick and stuff, and like I told Cindy, I was like, I had myself in a rut of just like I think it was just that I was just waiting for something to happen almost, and getting myself kind of in a fear-based thing a little bit, afraid of doing too much of one thing or getting involved in a project or something or whatever, being afraid that something was going to happen, that I was going to have to break away from it and then have something half finished and being overwhelmed with his, you know, health stuff that he was going through and everything too. And so then it just felt like I don't even know if I'm making sense of what I'm trying to explain. but it
Yeah.
was just I was overwhelming myself with so many other things, you know, and then trying to prioritize things and whatever, and not even wanting to do that because I was so mentally tired and all of
Well,
the
and
things.
like you said, getting into something and then having to stop midway for this, that, or the
Right.
other, because then you're not
Yeah.
necessarily gonna wanna go back to it once you quit. Or,
Right.
how much do you have to get out to get to that project to begin with,
Mhm.
and then to have
Mhm.
to turn right around. Yeah, every single day, Jonah, because I have to factor in
Yeah.
what kid's going to work, what kid's coming home from school, what kid's coming today, what time is that kid or those kids leaving, this, that, or the other. Like, that's what screwed up
Right.
today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Today I was like, "Oh, this morning we'll get up because the one daughter, Kelsey, she's a teacher, so she's on spring break. She wanted to she wanted to know. She called me wanting to know what kids did had spring break because she was gonna keep them and use them to help clean work in her yard.
Oh,
And and
yeah.
and I was like, "Well, you're out of luck." Everybody had separate different spring breaks this year.
Oh, yeah.
And so I told her, I said, "Well, we'll see how tomorrow goes. I'll come down and we can help you." Okay, so my thought was, we just have Ryan today. So morning, mid-morning, whatever, we'll go down there and help her.
Right.
Yeah. Ryan comes in this morning. You can tell that boy's not functioning. His mama says, "Well, we accidentally took a late nap, and so we were up late,
Oh.
and he's going back to bed." And he did too. He got in his spot. He went right back to sleep. Did not
Oh my
wake up
gosh.
until almost 11:30. And there wasn't
Oh
no
my
way,
gosh.
yeah, wasn't no way I was gonna wake him up knowing
Yeah.
he had a late night. He needed to sleep. So, okay,
Yeah.
now we have shift 1. We've already had to shift that up. So then, uh, I'm like, "Okay, we'll do lunch before we go down there." Wait a minute. Can't do that because the one gets out of school and is here a little after 3, so if I'm driving 45 minutes one way, you see, or
Uh,
but,
yeah.
okay, so
Yeah.
that's not gonna work. Well, Kelsey ended up coming up here and taking them all down there with her, and I said, "Okay, I'll come after the one gets out of school, and then we can help a little bit."
Right.
Okay. Yep. Except for the one from school didn't forgot that they worked this evening,
Oh,
and so
yeah.
I had to wait to drop them off at work. Well, now we're at 4 o'clock,
Oh gosh. Right.
and I'm just like, and the one son that I was gonna make go with me, he had plans for this evening, so that knocked him completely out of helping at all today.
Oh gosh. Right. Oh
So
gosh.
every day you gotta get that schedule, and I told
Yeah.
my son, I said, "I don't even know why I try to schedule anything," and he says, "I don't know either," and he just walked off and left me.
Thanks a
Every
lot.
time. Every every that's why I've just got to where we'll just see how the day goes.
Right.
I'm not saying
Right.
yes or no. We'll just see how the day goes because as soon
Right.
as I say, "Oh, yeah," now I can have an appointment set in there and it'll happen, but to just
Right.
say, "I want to do,"
Yeah.
so we just go with the flow. This is what's coming down
Right.
today. "Oh, I feel like
Right.
going out and cleaning 1,000 and a million one leaves out. Yeah, let's go do that."
Right.
But and so, if I get a little section done, well, I got a little section done. That is further than what I was when I walked out here.
True. Yeah.
If I got a great big section done, woohoo, I gotta go sit down.
Yeah.
That Ryan's a slave driver, I'm telling you. I told
Oh
him
gosh.
because we went up the side. I have lemon balm planted all the way up the side of the house.
Oh yeah.
You have to go through and cut that all out. all
Uh-huh.
the dead stock. Okay. So he is cutting. Glenn is raking out the leaves, and I'm coming along and I'm pulling out anything that doesn't belong in there, which there's a Rose of Sharon there, so there's a lot that doesn't belong
Oh, yeah.
there.
Mhm.
He gets down so far, and I'm like, it's not even clicking with me how long we've been out there. Finally, I was like, if you want to take a time out and go play or something, it's okay. You don't have to stay over here with us. You can go play for a little while. Nope, I can't quit till I get this done.
Oh gosh.
Which he just had just a little section, but it's a big area, for a little kid, it's a big area to clean
Right.
out. He didn't. He stayed right there until he got that all cleaned out.
Yeah.
And then he had a pot. That was why when I sent you that one picture and I said that's Ryan's pile, that was all that's well, most of the stuff that he had taken out
Yeah.
and put in that pile. And then once he got it done, he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go play." But we couldn't stop until he got that done. You wanna know
It
what my back was doing? It's
it was
just
probably
like
screaming.
it was getting there because I'm thinking, "Dude, I ain't gonna be able to go much longer because yeah, you're squatting down, you're low to the ground, I'm bending over." This,
Uh-huh.
it's not even the same
Right.
comparison.
Right.
But he had no qualms coming in and, well, he was laying down there and he says, "Grandma, can I take a nap?" And I said, "Yeah, you can take a nap." And he was asleep that quick. He closed his eyes,
Wow.
he was out.
Out.
And
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, guess who's taking a nap with you?"
Right.
But he'll go. He loves doing that kind of stuff, and he just keeps going and going and going, and you're
Yeah.
just like, "I'm dying, kid, I'm dying."
Right. Give me some of what you got over there. Yeah.
Right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, he was mad at us this morning because we were out burning brush and he was asleep. And that's why he ditched me to go home with his Aunt Kelsey because I was out there burning brush without him.
Oh gosh.
He was mad.
Oh my gosh.
So we'll see what we get into tomorrow because I'm sure he's got something lined up for me.
Probably. Probably.
I don't know. We'll
Be
see.
ready.
It'll just be whatever, because I can sit here and tell you, oh, I'm going to burn more brush tomorrow. But if I go out there and the wind's blowing 90 miles an hour, that ain't going to happen,
No.
So it's just
Right.
whatever happens after I start drinking my coffee. That's what that boils down to.
There you go. There you go. I need to get out and do here in the front with our landscaping and get that trimmed back. I haven't got any of that done, and I should have had it done probably 2, 3 weeks ago, but didn't get it ever done. So
Yeah, well, shoulda, coulda, woulda. If you
I
get it done,
know.
it still counts.
I
Still count.
know. I know. So
You
maybe
do
tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. We'll
maybe.
see how
You
the
got
day
other
goes.
Yeah, because you have other things to be more concerned about. That will still
Yes.
be there waiting for you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So
Just
oh gosh.
is what it is.
I know. I know.
Wonder how many people are
Okay.
like, I wonder how long they'll ramble on. I
Oh
often look to
gosh.
see if anybody leaves comments after we're done. You know how you can watch a video and leave comments after, like,
Yes.
oh, no.
Yes.
I don't know, nobody's gotten that brave.
Occasionally, there's been some occasionally have comments, but nothing bad. There's
Oh,
hasn't
I
been.
haven't seen any.
So, but yeah, there's been a few, not a lot, but there's a few. So, and it's nothing's been anything bad or anything like that. It's been fine. So, okay,
Like it,
well, I'm
like
gonna
it
go
would
ahead and
bother
head
us
off.
anyway.
So,
I am. I'm shutting everything.
getting everything.
I was gonna say, if I don't start putting everything up, our mouths will just keep going, and then it'll be
I
4
know.
o'clock
I
in the
pretty well
morning.
got all my stuff gathered and done.
Yeah.
So okay. Well, thanks for hanging out with me tonight and
Absolutely. I
had a
couldn't
good
I
time.
wasn't even home when you said that. I was coming I dropped Ryan off, and I'm coming down the road, and I'm like,
Oh my gosh.
"Okay, well, why is" because I couldn't see the text, I could just see it was you, because 'cause I'm,
Oh yeah. Right.
sneaking a peek and driving,
Right.
and so I was like, "Okay, when I get in the driveway, because I was, I don't know, a couple 100 feet away from the driveway, I'll see what's going on, because I just figured maybe he
Right.
was telling me something.
Right. Right.
And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, tonight she wants to go live. Yeah, yeah, not when I had my hair freshly washed and everything else. You been outside working? Hey, you wanna jump on live?" I sure do, sweetie.
Oh gosh.
And I'm not gonna tell you no, because then we can't gab till 4 o'clock in the morning, you
Well,
know?
that's true. That's true. Oh
Oh,
gosh.
till 9:30.
Oh gosh. Well, I'm glad you did.
Me
So,
too. We've had fun.
oh
I don't know about anybody
yeah.
else, but we've had fun.
Yes, we have. We always do. So,
Right? Alright.
oh gosh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get off. So I'm sure at some point between now and the third, I'll be on again somewhere. Just maybe in the car, and maybe I don't know. We'll see. So
Yeah, well, you can always text me or call me.
yeah,
If you
yeah.
really need to, you can call me, I'll listen.
Maybe like Lenora, come get me.
Now, I don't know about that.
I'll just need you to talk me down so you don't need to
There,
come and
I
get
can
me.
talk you down. I can talk you down. I can let you blow off your steam and everything else, and we'll all go on, but
Right, right. Oh gosh. Yeah. It'll be good. It'll be good. So, but
Yes,
anyway.
it will be.
Okay.
It'll be what you make out of it is what it boils down
Yes.
to.
And I can morph. I can do whatever I need to do.
It
So
will not be as bad as last year. How about that?
I know that for a fact.
That's right. There you
I
go. We
know
already
that for a
started on a
fact.
positive note.
That's right. That's right. So, oh gosh, yeah.
And
So,
if Seth
okay.
gets sick, he's just staying home. Y'all are going.
Um, yeah, he can stay right here. He can
That's right.
whatever he
And
needs
eat
to do.
pizza.
Stay in the basement and eat pizza. Yeah, and veg in the basement. Something. Yeah, exactly. So, oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Well, I will talk to you later, and you have a good night. So,
You too. Good morning.
okay. Yes. Good morning.
All
Okay.
right.
We'll talk soon.
All
Bye.
righty. Bye.